I'm just saying, worth considering. You lucked out on timing.
Mm-hmm.
What's
something that
weird
even is a school and not like, a human trafficking
Now,
bunker.
to be fair, you guys assumed it was a school.
Right, it could be a human trafficking bunker.
He said he was taking on pupils.
I mean, from what we observed, the school had 2 rooms, and one of them was his bedroom.
Well, one of them was a bedroom. It had bunks. I don't know if it was specifically his bedroom.
Yeah.
It kind of feels like the house from Fight Club. Like, that's the
funny thing is, now looking back on it, I was like, well, I don't need to finish that map now because you're not going back. But I just realized you might be going back, and I probably should have finished that map.
I mean, it's okay.
But
we have a great picture in our mind's eye now, so.
Yes, of Cass lying on the floor.
Screaming.
That's the important part.
It's the only part.
Yeah.
Okay, I got a good hair tie. I bought new hair ties the other day, and they're like extra strength for thick hair, and it's the first time in my life I'm not afraid a hair tie's gonna break.
That is a good thing.
It feels great. Like, I can shake my head and my hair doesn't fall out. It's fucking heaven.
What hair ties have you been buying? I only have that issue with, like, really old hair ties.
I steal, like, all of my girlfriend stuff.
Oh, okay. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah. I don't really buy them. But, specifically, wait, I threw away the container. They're, like, the little, like, clear plastic curly ones.
Oh no.
Yeah, they work okay for a little while, but they get stretched out, and then they don't really unstretch. And other than that, I just use whatever I can find. Buying hair ties, that's pretty cool. Hat tip to Target, by the way. This is me shilling for Target. It's where you buy hair ties. That should be their new.
It's where you buy hair ties?
Yeah, Target. It's where you buy hair ties.
Honestly, I would go to a store that had that slogan.
No one
I feel like
hair
advertising isn't weird enough. The most effective advertisement I've ever seen is like I don't know, a decade ago at this point, I was on YouTube and I saw this ad that was from Miracle Whip, and the first person comes on and they're like, Miracle Whip is amazing. And then the second person comes on and they're like, Miracle Whip is terrible. And the third person comes on and it's like, Miracle Whip is a party in your mouth. And the fourth person comes on and they're like, Miracle Whip is literal hell on earth. And then like at the end, they like do this a few times, and then at the end, the like announcer guy comes on and he's like, Miracle Whip, which side are you on? And I was like, damn.
This sounds more like a skit than a commercial.
I was like, wow, I gotta find out. I've never had Miracle Whip.
Oh my god.
It was completely fine. It was mediocre, but that advertisement was fantastic.
Miracle Whip's great. See, for me, the perfect ad for Miracle Whip is just like somebody screaming while they get Miracle Whip shoved in their mouth.
What?
Because that's all I want out of life. I just want to scream while someone shoves Miracle Whip.
Well, we
Robert,
all
what the fuck?
I mean, it's just not the same when you get like the spray paint.
You think we're ever gonna get through a session without somebody saying, Robert, what the fuck?
Normally it has to do with in session at least. Oh. Okay, fuck it. Let's go. After a journey in the... Oh. I can't stop thinking Miracle Whip now. After leaving Leshka, a detour at Rakuri Town, and making your way with quite a few friends into the city of Alasir, you began your hunt for assistance, understanding, and hopefully a quick stopover onto your next journey. But, of course, any time in Alasir is not without its problems. And for you, for here and for now, it was a cavalcade of things. Strieg and Strieg and Cassie making their way to a strange, expensive party where eventually Cassie twisted the holy hell out of her ankle and Strieg and Cassie were split up. Molly, Garrett, and Rowan went out and went gambling, and by gambling I mean cheating people out of their money, making some questionable friends and enemies along the way, and eventually Cassie finding herself apparently in over her head with a Mr. Vossarion, a allegedly very powerful mage. But thankfully your issues came with help as well, and while Bex left and Molly was out doing her thing and Cassie was apparently absconded by a arcane teacher, a new ally appeared. Someone who called themselves Frey, and he seemed to know a lot about your situation, or at least one of the enemies you made, and gave warning and was more than willing to go and help. And help he did as you guys charged into the apparent lair of this Vossarion. Sneaking in with all of the bravery of people who are invisible with guns. And once you apparently understood what was going on, a fight ensued. Rowan, you shot Vossarion in the back, and Frey launched this very toxic, almost poisonous acid at him. And as he finally turned to run, running past Garrett and charging past an unconscious Garrett, using some sort of arcane blood knife. Charging out, it was Strieg on the rooftops who cut him down, shooting him in both legs. Unfortunately, as per Strieg's account, Vossarion was able to get away. But you had more pressing matters, and eventually had a very angry, stressed out, or otherwise just beaten with the responsibilities of the world, Cassie, who screamed at you to leave. So you all made your way after this intense encounter, kind of idly discussing before making your way back. For Garrett, Strieg, and Frey, it meant heading to the Rusty Iron Tankard to regroup, and for Garrett, heal up a little. And for the alleged hero, Rowan, it meant heading back to his flat, where he could pore over some books that he snatched and hopefully get some rest and see if cooler minds could prevail. So, with that, as the day lingers ever onward, I will ask unto you all, as I have 8 times before. I can't remember what session it is. Garrett, Strieg, Frey, Rowan. Your afternoon is slowly waning. What are you guys doing?
Well, Garrett is sleeping until he has enough hit points that he won't die if a fly lands on him.
You can perform medical checks if you need.
Sure, that is a good idea.
Almost didn't have my whole thing set up, but I just hit a button and mistakenly turned off my tablet. Gonna be a fun sound effect of the Windows connection thing and recording.
Let's roll heal for 8. I will take that. That gets me back up to full. And that gives me 1 system stress, correct?
It would be, so each roll you would roll 1d6 plus your heal.
Oh, 1d6.
It's not a skill check at that point.
Oh, oopsie poopsie.
So, I mean, 2 would have healed you full.
Then.
2 would have healed you full, so a 2 and a 6.
Yeah.
So, same difference here. So that would get you 8. So 2 system strains. That one, that's the difference.
That works. So I'll put 2 system strain, give myself a 9 health.
So,
and
yeah, even though you are feeling the burn quite literally and figuratively, you've patched up for a while.
And I'm gonna want to go check in on Bex. At this point, that's what I'm gonna want to do. I don't know if anyone else is gonna be busy for a while chilling, or if we want to meet up before we do that.
I mean, I think my plan was to, I guess, like look at the books and sleep until the evening, and then I think we're still planning on meeting with the, damn, what is the other crime family's name?
We're ready.
No, we're not meeting the Moretti's though. We're meeting the other one, the
Oh,
one that Frey
yes.
was working with.
Yeah, the
Begins with a C.
C
Like
something.
Cornyn or
The
something.
Carterels?
Cartrin, yeah, I think, right?
Carterin, yes.
Yeah, Carter.
Cool, yes.
Sounds right.
Yeah. So I think my plan was to look at the book, sleep, and then try to meet up with the others and see if we can catch the Carterin family still today. Yeah, assuming we still have time in the evening or whatever. So I know, like, at the end of the last session, we talked about what I found in the other two books, the like the history of alchemical whatever stuff, and then the military invasion order one, the Reclorian one.
Mm-hmm.
Can I look at the first two books that we were looking at while we were in the lab and see if there's anything else I can find, either about the potion that was on Cassie or I don't know what his plans were, or is it just pretty much what we already saw?
Give me I forgot how skills work. If I can give me a second, if I zoom out, I can, for some reason, rather than just use the sidebar that opens your character sheet, zoom all the way out and double click your thing that's on the other side of them. Give me an. That'd be mad. We're gonna go with int magic for now.
Cool. Yes.
So the two books that were open, the one that is written in an old, like, Trevanifican that, again, it's tenuous at best. You can't really read it. Honestly, I'm gonna give it to you. I fucked up even saying it was Trevanifican. That should have been. But hey, there's an 11 and you're pretty smart, so. Yeah, it is. You can't read it. It's a very strange language that, oh boy. But from what you're seeing, like, when something translates, like, numbers or any sort of etchings, it looks like translating into the Reclarian one that he's been writing in.
Yeah.
It seems like translating and making notes about certain, like, alchemical, like, formula and things like that.
Okay.
Essentially, like, the best you would assume without being able to read the book that he's essentially using as the base is, it would be like he's trying to optimize these old, like, potion formulas and things, make them better or different or change them in some way. And, like, there are notes, especially in, like, you know, in the seams, there's, like, little notes. There'll be, like, a little, you know, add more of this, and then arrow, and then, like, it crossed out or something like that. It's definitely notes, and it is. You can read Reclarian. This handwriting, it's bad. It's doctor signature bad. Like, it slows you down even reading the Reclarian.
Okay. And I guess, like, can I tell which potion he was using on Cassie? Is it's just to make her tired? Like, it didn't have, there's no other notes or anything about, like, I don't know what he was modifying it to do.
So it seems like he had created a potion that knocks you, like, the notes that you read on it, like, they were recent. Like, he was making another attempt at it or something. Like, you've kind of scrolled through the book, so to speak. You flipped through all the pages. This is not his first time attempting it, but it was longer form. Like, he was trying to make it so she'd be able to sleep for, like, a month without her body needing any nutrients or anything.
Okay, that is not healthy. Not that I would understand any of this or anything, but that, you know, being on the other side of the city, but that does not look good in his favor.
Rowan, you would know that that is something that magically, like, arcane enchantments can protect the body from needing certain nutrients or anything like that. It is a possibility. Though obviously much rarer.
Okay.
The biggest issue with it seemed to be waking up. Like, he makes at least one note of someone it was tested on that couldn't be woken up, and then essentially doesn't know what happened to him.
Concerning.
Okay. I mean, that sounds like, even if he didn't have ill intent, at the very least, he was being pretty reckless, but it also kind of seems like maybe Cassie was at her wit's end and was okay with that, but then it also seems like, you know, if she's going to be asleep for a month, then I think it's reasonable for her to have told us first that she was leaving. But anyway, okay. Fair enough. Yeah, okay, that's all my questions for the moment. Yeah.
And you said you wanted to spend the rest of your day kind of resting and hoping to get your spell slot, right?
Yes, correct.
Anything else from Streak or Frey while Garrett is patching himself up and beginning an expedition to find one of his brothers in arms?
So Frey would have spent some of the time at the room at the rusty iron tankard, writing a letter to one of his contacts. I'm imagining I could use his elite ties thing for this.
Of course.
Yeah, but he's basically right now just writing a letter, and then he's going to go out and find a courier or post office, whatever they have in this world for mail delivery.
So anything that's local, normally the most trusted way to get it from one place to another is going to the nearest, like, NSO, Naval Securities Office.
Okay.
But otherwise, like, there are, like, courier services, but most of them are not intercity. Like, intercity is normally handled by the NSO unless it's a major thing, then you just personally hire someone to deliver it, that sort of thing.
Okay, yeah, then I guess he would go to the... So the NSO basically handles just the regular, like, mail delivery within the city?
Yeah, they handle anything less than, like, crate-sized. They're going to be...
Yeah. So yeah, he would do that, and it's basically just asking for a meeting tomorrow. I'm thinking maybe the one of his patrons that he's worked for, maybe the wife of someone who has a level of influence and power in the leadership of the city.
Okay.
And looking for a meeting, maybe over lunch at a local parlor or lounge that he knows this person would favor.
Yeah. Right, not a problem. Alright, so you go and take that and send it off.
right. And then after that, he would, I suppose for the moment, then go back to the, Did they establish they were going to meet somewhere in particular before going to the meeting tonight?
Who?
The group with Rohan elsewhere in the city.
I don't think we did, but I would probably go to the Anchor and Helm and just assume that's where people would be. Or actually, sorry, I think I said this last time, that I'd probably just head to the Second Frisian directly and just hang out there and see if I could catch you guys there. Also, I think I have Garrett still has the earring, so probably whenever I wake up, I would ask him where we're meeting.
Yeah, exactly.
Right, okay. Alright, then for the moment, Frey would head back, with a bit of, reluctance to the rusty iron tank.
Well, by the time you get there, Garrett's probably passed out taking a nap, having walked away and come back.
So that brings us back to Strieg.
I think I'd probably just spend the day on hyper vigilant watch, just pacing the room, posting up at windows, doing a circuit around the hotel, and coming back and pacing the room and driving everyone in the room crazy.
Strieg's
And
turned
just
into,
don't
Jason
really do
Bourne.
anything. But yeah, I just all day just on watch.
Alright, well, Frey, you come back to... After Garrett performs some quite literal self-care, Molly seemingly asleep in her room, and Strieg doing his paces, you are essentially left alone in one of the shittiest places you could ever imagine staying.
I think Frey would... I think Frey, a little at a loss, especially if Garrett, or for now, as Frey knows him still, I think, since Garrett is sleeping at the moment, I think Frey will kind of trail after Strieg for a little while, just kind of at a loss, just kind of, just little questions here and there, well, if we have some time, how long have you been all, traveling together?
Not too long. Few weeks? Days? Weeks. Definitely weeks. Longer than days. We'll go with weeks. I don't think it's been a month yet. Time's kind of hard, you know? We'll go with a few weeks.
A few weeks is certainly long enough to build up a bit of a history, a rapport. Clearly, you all have stories.
Oh yeah, we've almost died quite a few times.
Furrows his brow a little. Really, so since they, what happened, and he lowers his voice a bit. What happened today, is this a common occurrence?
I don't know if I would say it's common, but it does seem to be happening a lot.
Sorry if I might pick that up.
No, I don't really know what to think about all that.
Neither do I, lady. I really don't either.
So, why did you end up with them? Obviously traveling, there's safety in numbers, but...
Me, I just didn't really have anywhere else to go, and they were a group heading out of town, and I'm just kind of moving around, so it just seemed like an opportunity to make some coin on the road, I guess, and then figure out from there. But Yeah, I don't know. It's been quite something traveling with them. Thought we would be there by now, but we kind of keep keep finding things to do.
I'm sorry, be where exactly? Is this not your final destination?
Alistair? No, definitely not. Garrett's got a wife somewhere. We're going there. I don't remember where, but somewhere else.
Frey actually grins a bit at that. I was wondering when I would learn his actual name.
Who, Garrett?
Yeah.
That is truly the best way you could have learned his name. For Streak to not even process that we haven't told you.
Yeah, I think I just like pause for a moment. I'm like frowning, very confused, and it's like you can literally see like the calculations floating around my head, and then I'm just like, whatever. Anyway,
They
Frey holds up
calculate
a
they
hand.
come to an answer, though.
Frey holds up a hand and he don't worry, I won't let him know that it was you.
I mean, he'll probably figure it out.
Are you guys in the room while you're having this conversation?
No, we're on one of my rounds.
Okay.
I imagine Streak's like sitting, like crossbow in hand, like leaning so he can barely see out a window. And fucking
Yep,
Frey walks up
100%.
and starts having this conversation with him.
Yep.
Yeah, Frey's just kind of like leaning with his back against the wall, just, very casual, like.
Make sure you check for mold before you lean against the wall.
Oh, now he's having second thoughts about everything. But he'd say, well then, hypothetical question. If all of this didn't happen, well, where would you want to be?
I don't know. I just kind of keep moving, Maybe a farm again. I liked the goats. Worked at a farm for a while, but it didn't work out too long because I let all the goats go. But I keep moving, What about you?
Well, this is my home. And he kind of like extends his hands out and then looks around. He says, well, more out there, pointing out the window. I've lived here all my life. Made the rounds out to some of the nearby settlements from time to time, but
And
I'm
you
doing what
like
I
it?
enjoy.
Like it here?
I do. It certainly keeps me busy, and well, when you move about the circles that I do, they keep things interesting as well.
And what circles are those?
The ones that indulge in fine wines, excellent parties, rich fabrics, that sort of thing.
God, where were you when Cassie needed a date to a party?
I might have been at the party. I admit that there's quite a possibility.
Would have done better than I did.
Well, it's certainly not for everybody, but if you ever need a few pointers, some little things you can do to try and, to help slip yourself into such situations, such environments.
I hope I never have to again, but we'll see.
Well, I'll remain hopeful for you then. But if you ever need any help with that sort of thing, well, I can always be found here. Not here, but out there.
Out where?
Out in the city. But, Frey Varrock, you just send a post my way.
Okay. So, like, I'm gonna go do another round. Are you gonna come?
Well, it's either follow you or sit in that room. I suppose maybe I could take a stroll outside for some fresh air. Actually, yes, I think that.
Great, and I think we do another, like, 3 rounds.
Oh my.
And yeah, Frey will step outside for some fresh air.
Now, how does Streak doing these rounds? Is it a very like what does it look like?
Like, if he did it one time, it would be totally just, like, nonchalant, like, he's just going for a quick walk to stretch his legs. While he does that, he kind of just scopes out the place, sees who's all there, does a walk around the street, sees if anyone's watching, but the fact that he's doing it repeatedly is very suspicious.
So, with that, anything else you guys need to do over the next couple of hours or so?
Would I be able to check in on Bex real quick,
No,
or is that
yeah.
going to be like a whole thing?
No, I mean,
Because I want to still make the meeting, but I also don't want to.
well, hey, you don't know if it's gonna be a whole thing.
Oh, that's.
Honestly, same.
All right. Well, Garrett's gonna wake up from his nap and check in on Bex real quick, or at least try to. That's gonna be the. I want to at least tie up one loose end that he's got.
All right. So, anyone coming with you, or are you just heading off yourself?
Strieg and Frey and Molly are welcome to come. I will let them know that I'm gonna run out. I believe I told them that Bex was leaving. Correct? If I remember correctly from last season? Or
Yeah, you
last
told us
session? Yeah.
Yeah.
So I let them know I'm gonna go check in with her just to basically say bye. That y'all are welcome to come with if you want, or you're welcome to stay here at the inn.
Chateau de Garrett.
You mean Chateau de Forno?
Frey, you know what? Frey will volunteer to come along. Any excuse to get away from here.
From the mold.
Yes.
I'll hang
Well,
out
I don't
with
think
Mold.
we're going anywhere better. We're going to a warehouse down by the docks.
He'll take what he can get.
All right.
Streak? No. Yes, maybe.
Nah, Molly and I are gonna have bonding time. In which
Somehow I
we
doubt
both
that.
probably take a nap.
Best kind of bonding time.
Exactly.
I mean, napping is pretty solid. It's what I did most of today. Right. So I guess we make our way over to that warehouse following her directions. Striking up casual conversation on the way.
Yeah.
Uh,
Oh, Sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say, roughly how old does Frey look?
Frey looks like he's probably in his early 20s.
Okay. So I asked for how long have you been doing the fortune telling thing?
Frey thinks for a moment. Well, it's, sometimes it feels like all my life, but on a more, professional level, I'd say about maybe 7 or 8 years now.
Has it, worked well for you, or are you making most of your money helping out that family there?
Oh, no, the fortunes really is my bread and butter, my everyday. I have, several people I work with closely. They keep me comfortable.
Is it just it's just the palms, or do you do other methods of fortune telling?
I do palm reading. I can do tea reading, though I don't really prefer that form so much. But cards actually are my go-to. Divination cards. There's a lot to be gleaned in them. You have to know how to read them. But besides that, there are also just the other strange moments of insight, visions, something else.
I never put much stock in it myself, but my wife knows several other ladies. I don't know if she would call them friends per se, who very much believed in all of that, with the stars and moods and birth signs and woo stuff.
Frey does laugh at that. Well, there is a great deal of wisdom to be found in those sorts of things, those sorts of readings. Sometimes it's leaning back on old wisdom. Sometimes it is, well, tapping into other sources.
Well, one of them won't even so much as place a chair in a room without consulting her divination, diviner, whatever they call them. So.
Lord, as much as it can help, I do warn against using it as a crutch. The spirit, what they deliver, it's not infallible. Sometimes, well, there is a chance of misunderstandings.
It's not that. Oh gosh, it's not that there's other professions that Garrett doesn't respect. It's that particular profession. It's hard for him to understand it, I guess.
Listen, I get it. He's a military man. He got in the military. He got his Dodge Charger at 35% APR, and he believes he figured the world out.
I'll have you know it was 45% APR.
Higher is better.
Right, exactly. Big numbers go for burr. No, yeah. No, I mean, he's seen some weird shit. He's seen some weird shit. He's dealt with poltergeists, or at least heard of them. So he knows that there's, magic and stuff out there, but he firmly believes that, you chart your own course, I guess. There's no such thing as destiny itself. Or if there is, how you get there is up to you. There is no assigned path. I guess he kind of explains that while we're walking there.
Frey gives a small nod. His hands are kind of like clasped behind his back as he walks. Well, there. What I offer is a measure of guidance, but that's all it really is in the end. Guidance, information, insight. But it's always up to the person on the other side of the table with it. You could ignore it. You could use it to help plan your next movement, plan the next stage of your life. But well, I wouldn't say that there's any requirement to be bound by it. Some people choose to be. But I don't think your desire for freedom has to limit the possibility. What I like to believe, at least.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Where exactly is this warehouse that we're heading to? Obviously, Garrett knows that. He's not saying that. I'm asking
You're asking me.
Robert. Yes.
It is.
You ask Frey, and Frey's just like, I thought you knew.
It is the Maritime Express, and it is way the fuck over here.
Okay.
Ooh, we're going across the water.
It's over on
Across
the
town.
Vossarion docks section of the city.
Making my way downtown. All right. So we get there. Before we go inside, I stop and turn to Frey. I think at this point you've proved yourself a bit there. I understand things didn't go quite how anyone would have expected when we were looking for our friend Cass there, so I think I owe you a bit of an apology. My name is not Fornow. That was a assumed name. It just, giving out your name to a member of or representative of a major crime family doesn't always seem like the best idea. I'm sure you understand.
Of course, it always serves to be cautious about such things.
So, going forward, my name is Garrett, and I stick out my hand to just. Oh God! They put another axle on that thing.
Hey,
Great.
no reading chat while role playing.
I'm sorry.
Frey smiles and reaches out to shake Garrett's hand. Of course, it's a pleasure to meet you, Garrett. I only hope that things that will get easier from here on out.
Hopefully. We're going to see. I don't know if I explained it truly, but one of our former traveling companions, Bex, served with me back when we were Brigade's men, and he is separating off from the party. So I wanted to say bye one last time.
Of course. So you were a soldier then?
Yes, we were together in the 4th Regiment of the Brigades Men of Ein Dared. We were the scouts, scouts.
Of course. Would you rather I wait out here, obviously? A moment between you and your friend.
Sure. Just thank you for the company, and depending on how long this will take, I'll I'll invite you in and introduce you. If it's just gonna be a quick thing, then we'll just move on. But depending on how it goes.
Well, I'll be out here watching the ships go by.
All right, I will head inside.
You head inside, and there is a very large set of double doors that is propped open, and as you start to walk towards them, you see as this gentleman, kind of on the shorter side, maybe 5'4", 5'5", big beard, wide as he is tall, just kind of like, he's got this heavy woolen cap on, and he just, "Hey, what are you doing? I say, is it closed, warehouse? If you're not here to work, then you're here to get the fuck out."
Apologize for that. I'm looking for a friend of mine who works here. She said to stop in before she leaves the city.
He waits for you to continue and just, like, holds his mouth open and just, "Well, go on, what is the name? I'm not gonna be fucking around guessing who your friend is."
Her name's Beck, Fiery Redhead. I'm sure.
Oh, yeah. Oh, absolute godsend, that one.
Absolutely.
Works a lot better than all the fucking day labor we hire. And all she wants is a place to stay a couple of days before she gets out here with us.
Exactly. Always been a hard worker. So she's got a couple of minutes. I'd like to talk to her before she leaves. If
Hey,
not,
we got some
I
bunks up. Head on in. First left, you'll see the stairs. Head on up. There's some bunks up there, common room, all that sort of thing. You head on up. If you need anything, well, we're not gonna fucking help you. He starts taking out a pipe and smoking it, and heads back in.
give a chuckle at that and head inside, up the stairs, and make my way to the bunk room.
And up your stairs and to the bunk room you go. These stairs are very steep. Like, each one is like 8 or 10 inches. Like, you can tell this was added on later. It's
Right, so high stepping my way up.
Yeah. Yeah, you're like, oh boy, you're doing some workout getting up them. But once you get to the top, there's a small landing that opens to a small room that has, you can see a single table in the middle with what looks like a few mostly finished, just sort of tankards. You can smell old ale in the air. It looks like there was some spilled on the floor. You would imagine there was quite a bit of drinking done here last night. No evidence of a keg or anything, but there's definitely room for one, and someone who's very good at carrying could probably get one up the stairs. And beyond it, there is a second door. You head through.
Check my torso real quick to see if I bled through the bandages after going up those steep stairs.
No, doesn't look like it.
Okay.
Like,
just because...
Yeah, it hurt. Let me tell you, it
Yeah.
fucking hurt. You're not really on any kind of painkillers, so... Oh boy.
Alright, I take a second, leaning on the table to regather my wits before checking the bunk areas. I do call out for Bex. So,
Call out from the, Yeah, you go in and call
Just
out,
from, like,
or...
Yeah, from like the common area. Just kind of like, hey Bex, you in here?
No, a moment later,
around.
the door swings open, and she comes out. You can see, for the first time in a long time, her hair is tied up in a bun, and she is not wearing armor, just kind of regular clothing with a heavy brown cloak, and she just... Lieutenant, what exactly... Parasite. And she kind of like looks at you for a second. I've been here like 3 fucking days. What did you already get yourself into?
Well, you remember Cass, yeah?
What, did she fucking try and slit your throat?
No, but she got herself lost again.
And then you pulled into the goblins then, was it?
Actually, not so much a goblin's den, but a wizard's lair.
Lieutenant, what in the fuck do you get up to the minute you're out of my sight? How are you the superior in this one?
We're not, Bex. We're not. I don't know if we did the right thing this time.
Oh, shit. At this point, she kind of sits down on a chair. Not fucking bad, is it?
So, she and Strieg got all dolled up and went off to this party the first night that we got here. And, next morning, apparently, she comes back to the anchor, helmet anchor, and she's limping. Turns out she twisted her ankle on the stairs while they were out partying. And, but she has a meeting, and, supposedly with this mage guy who was supposed to help her with her, ability, I guess. And he shows up, and, I make sure that he's the guy she's supposed to be meeting, and she says he is. So they go off into her room, and they're talking for a while, but, it's one of those nice hotel or inns. You can't really hear anything from the next room or anything. They keep it relatively quiet. And after a while, we're kind of wondering what's going on with her. So we open the door, knock on the door real quick first, just to be like, we're gonna get some lunch. Do you need anything? And there's nothing. So we try the door handle, and it just opens, and they're gone. Now, Cass, she can make some noise when she wants, and she was in pain. She was not walking well at all. So there's no way she would have gone anywhere fast willingly on her own 2 feet. So we did some digging. We went back to where she was, where the party was, Grieg, Rohan, and I, and we couldn't find any information there. By the time we got back, we were met by this guy who said he was the mage's apprentice. Strieg remembered seeing him at the party and vouched for that. And he tells us that Cass is okay and to not bother looking for her, and that she's in their possession, and that even if we do keep looking for her, we're not going to find her. And I don't know how you feel about that, but that did not sit right with any of us.
Oh, that's, well, that's some shit, Lieutenant.
So the 3 of us tail him back to where they're keeping her, and we find that he just kind of walks through this wall at the end of this alley. It was late, so we regrouped for the night and decided we'd head out and investigate in the morning. And we're met by this representative of one of the major crime families in the city. Turns out that first night, while they were off having their party, Rohan and I were, doing a little bar crawling, a little bar hopping, and apparently we upset one of those families in the city. We were doing well. Rohan was doing well, really, with some games of chance, just like he bested me when we first met, and they wanted their cut. Rohan originally wasn't going to give him anything, but we kind of talked it about a little bit and gave him a little something, just so you can't fold over to the first person who asks money for you, but you also can't stiff a
Really
major
want to
family
make
like that.
enemies when you're barely here in the city.
Well,
huh, Lieutenant?
apparently, yeah, exactly. Apparently, we didn't pay enough. So this other family is reaching out to us, apparently trying to get us to, if we do a job for them, we don't know what it is yet, that they'll protect us from the first family. Of course, I'd rather just get the hell out of here, but who knows what's going to happen, how long we're going to end up staying here, because we ended up finding Cass. This representative came with us. I don't even really know why, but they seemed interested, so they followed along, and we managed to get through that wall. And Rohan did a little bit of his jiggery-pokery there to make himself and the representative invisible, and they went inside to explore. Well, I'm sure you've noticed my new accessory, pointing at the earring. And so I was kind of listening in on what was going on. It's the one that lets us communicate over distance. And he was filming, and we found Cass unconscious in this bed with the mage guy there, and she would not wake up. And Rohan had a feeling something bad was up, especially since this mage guy immediately started getting aggressive. He unleashed some kind of blood fog poison into the air. So
Shit, Luton.
yeah,
Sounds like
so
you really got
Rohan's
into it.
yeah, so Rohan's also looking around. He finds an alchemy table, and from a quick look, it looks like there's some kind of crazy sleeping potion or something that was given to Cass. So he's worried that he's about to traffic her out of the country, or out of the city. Shoots him while invisible. Unfortunately, or fortunately, I don't know which at this point, doesn't kill him. So they're visible now. He turns around on him and gets ready to attack them. I come in after them to back him up. And that's kind of where things went real bad. He sees he's a little outnumbered. The representative, their name's Frey. They grab a vial of something off the alchemy table and use that to wake up Cass. Smelled really bad, and apparently that was enough to wake her up. And he ends up throwing it on the mage guy, what's Vossarion or something, and burns him. He ends up trying to get past me, and I get in the way and tell him, hey, we're here for our friend, trying to, I don't know if I would definitely say diffuse the situation, but at least get him to back down a bit. And he just rips open my stomach. I lift up my shirt to show her the patch job.
Okay, well.
So I'm down. He runs out. Strieg manages to hit him, but he escapes. Cass, of course, is pissed off at us. She wakes up to us assaulting this guy who's supposed to be helping her in her mind. But it feels off. It feels like she was gonna get trafficked or something. Experimented on. I don't know. It doesn't feel right, but at the same time, she kicked us out.
Oh, the time. Sounds like you made the right choice, hopefully. Well, the way you made a choice, you kind of got to commit to it now.
Exactly. No, you're right. And that's what we're doing our best to commit to. But we're going to be having a meeting with this other family tonight just to see what's going on here, because we don't know how much longer we're going to be here. I think we're going to try to find Cass again, see if after a little bit she'll want to talk, but she told us she doesn't want to see us. She told us to leave her. So I don't know that.
Fuck. Gone for
I
3
think we're-
days and you get into the shit.
Yeah, I think Rohan took it the hardest.
Really, not you, who looks like you look like one kick in the ass will put your head in the dirt for good.
Like you said, you make your decision, you gotta stick with it, and
I'm just
We've-
saying, be careful if you're gonna be getting up into shit. You're getting into
Yeah.
fucking crime bullshit now. We haven't been here that long. I found a job and passage back home that I'm stuck with now.
and in the same amount of time, we've ended up in this shit.
Well,
I don't know how.
I have a pretty good idea, probably because you were scamming people. Not exactly subtle, 3 people running a fucking scam across half the city.
3 people. I mean, Molly came along just so we could keep an eye on her.
Oh, that's 3.
True.
Haven't even mentioned the Molly stuff yet. Is this?
But honestly, I
Well,
Just
at least she
wanted
hasn't
to
killed
check in
anyone
and-
yet.
as far as I'm aware, she hasn't killed anyone. Who knows?
Seems like she's really turned a corner. It's at
She's
least something.
been saying she wants to try to help people.
Good that somebody's been
So-
able to get through to her.
Yeah, honestly, I think it was this Frey person. They did a card reading thing. Or no, they read Rohan's hands, try to divine his future, and apparently whatever they saw really convinced Molly that they had some talent with it, and he's really believed them. So if they've helped turn her around, then
Thank the saints for the smallest miracles, huh?
yeah. But I just wanted to see you before you headed back, and you
It's
know,
gonna be a shit. Gotta be working. Or Ace talking about you're fucking old for this, you are too. And now we're both in
Yeah.
the shit again.
yeah, but you're less likely to get knifed by a crime family doing all this. So
Oh well, shit rolls downhill and you outrank me, so I'm sure it'll come to me eventually.
hopefully not. I'm hoping you get out of here in good time and can take care of things back home. You said it was your sister?
Ay, yeah.
Well,
Look, I knew I was going to be here, had a letter waiting and everything.
family.
Don't worry about it.
No,
Okay.
no. Family's important. That's why we're doing this whole thing. That's why we went south, and that's why you've got to get back.
I
So,
suppose so. Feels like a waste of a journey, but at least I got you this far.
mhm.
And we're probably not leaving for a couple of days, I'm sure. Even before I'm officially a sailor, I can take a night of shore leave if you need help.
Oh my God, I want to take you up on that offer, but I don't want to get you mixed up in this shit either.
She pauses for a second and just kind of cocks her head to the side and stares up at the ceiling. And after a second, she just looks back at you and nods. That's fair, I wouldn't be caught up on it either. I was just offering to be polite.
No, I get it. Well, we've got that meeting to get to, and so
After yourself,
I,
Lieutenant.
you too. We'll do our best. I'll try not to run into any more chirivores on this, but
We'll see what
you
I
take
can
care of
do.
yourself.
Will do. I'll get a letter sent to your family once I'm back in Aslake.
hmm And off chance that no one's heard anything from Darren, have they? Not that you would have heard.
How
Around here.
exactly would I have heard anything about anything while I've been sitting here holding boxes?
People talk. He's not exactly unnoticeable. I'm just asking. If you haven't heard anything, I didn't think you would. It's a long shot. He never showed in Leska. So we're gonna, I don't know, there's other places I'll look. I'll check with there, but regardless, thank you for coming. As
Wish I
far
could've
as we've
stayed
been able to
longer.
make it. Well, it is what it is, but I get up and I'll let you to it. Clasp hands and
She brings it in for a hug, and she almost like shoulder checks you a little bit, and seemingly forgetting that you're in pain
Ugh.
for a second. Oh,
give it a.
Sorry, Gary.
It's okay. I deserve that.
Don't fucking get yourself killed. If I get a letter back from your wife saying that you never made it home, saying that your body is getting sent back to Aslake for some stupid fucking ritual, you're supposed to be old and miserable when that happens. Not kind of old and kind of miserable.
I'll do my best.
Look at you,
Honestly,
you got a good 10 years left in.
well, I was hoping for 11.
Maybe there was before you got your fucking guts rearranged.
True.
Well then, Lieutenant. Take care of yourself. You seem to got a good group. People to protect
Yeah.
you. If anything happens to you, don't warn them that I'm going to hunt them down and kill them one by one.
They'll never see it coming.
Well, they probably will, but they still won't stop me.
God, Bex.
Been a while, but splitting off to greener pastures for the both of them. Hope you figure out what happened with your wife, with your family, with that whole clusterfuck.
Same. Part of me doesn't even want to know, just as long as I can get back with her, but can't have it happen again. Gotta solve that.
She just
So,
gives a nod. Hi. Standing at attention, she gives you one final salute, another very light hug, a handshake, and I'm gonna need to be getting back to work soon, but another delivery is supposed to be coming in about sundown. Start organizing the warehouse for it.
return the salute and handshake, and as you were, and we will, I'm sure, cross paths again.
I don't know if I've ever mentioned it before, but the Darid Brigade's salute is the peace sign.
Peace. Like-
Yes, because and I fuck it, history lesson time. The reason is because during the expansion of Ein Ferris, when they were at war, it was a quick hand sign to signify victory, and they never lost.
They never lost. So yeah,
So
that'll do it.
It became their
Is it like is it just like a arm out to the right peace
Yeah,
sign,
normally it's
left
the
hand, right hand,
hand up, yeah.
right hand up?
Yeah.
We're not doing, thug life, cross the chest.
No.
No. Okay.
No one's just right hand up.
Right hand up. V for victory. V also for longbow, because that would be the 2 fingers that the French would cut off.
No,
That's part of where the V
French
for victory
people
came
here.
from. True.
Why
True.
do you know that?
I know random things, but no, that's where the V for victory came from. It was originally used by English soldiers to taunt the French soldiers because the English had the longbow, which was better than the French bow at the time. And so when the French would catch longbowmen, part of the punishment for being caught was they would cut off their first 2 fingers because then they couldn't pull the bow anymore.
Now,
This is an entire party of
I need to
nerds.
circle back really quick. Lee, I'm going to clip you going, why do you know that? And every time you say something about bugs, Rowan's going to have, Inarsh is going to have a very fun little button he can press.
Absolutely.
I agree to this.
You can't ask people why they know things when you know everything about bugs.
Oh, you can. I think that's absolutely fair to know that. Ask that question.
I'd say it's very important.
Mhm.
It's like knowing who killed Abraham Lincoln.
Well,
It's definitely
clearly that
relevant.
was, John
Tangent
Wilkes Booth,
aside,
but
you say
anyways.
your goodbyes to Bex
Mhm.
until once you meet again, and make
Gotta
your
love those
way back.
Midwestern goodbyes.
Frey, anything else that you are doing, or just waiting on the docks watching the ships?
Yeah, Frey is just waiting on the docks, watching the ships. Maybe looking a little distant, but he smiles as he sees Garrett approaching again, and he'll say, well, how'd it go with your friend?
It went well. Filled her in with some of our recent events, but she's, let her know that she'll be missed, but that she needs to do what's best for her. And are you hungry at all?
Well, I suppose now that you mention it, didn't really have lunch.
What do you say we find some vendor that's not offering rat and head back to the inn, pick up Strieg, and see what we can do about making our way to that meeting?
Sounds like a plan.
I need to pee. I will be right back.
You know what? This seems like a pretty good place to take a quick break. So, with that, we continue. Garrett, Frey, anything else for you two to do on the docks before heading back? Actually, where will you guys be heading? Mention food. I believe that was the
I
last
want to
thing.
go to the rusty iron tankard to pick up Strieg, and or Molly, and then we're gonna head over to the Sunken Parisian.
And can I assume you tell me that we're meeting at the Sunken Parisian?
Yes, I telepathically through the ring think that to you.
Cool. I think you said it was almost sundown. I'm assuming I would be awake again by this point.
Yeah.
Cool. Alrighty. Yeah,
Does
I
the
head over there.
Does the contact that we're meeting know we have a party, or are they just meeting Rohan?
So Frey has said that, Frey has at least implied that you're all kind of, welcome there. But his message was directly for Rohan.
Okay.
I don't like that I've become like, I don't know. I'm in everybody's crosshairs. It's upsetting.
You're in the narrative
Either-
crosshairs, and Garrett's in the meme crosshairs
Yeah.
right now.
And also in literal the villain's crosshairs. Fucking passing out in the last battle. It was very funny to hear you talking to Bex and for you to be like, yeah, you know, Rohan wanted to do this, so we did it, and I think he's taking it the hardest. And then I just thought like, oh, you haven't even told her about the Molly stuff yet. And then she's like, well, at least she hasn't killed anybody. And I was just like, she's definitely killed people, and that's my fault too. Oh no.
So, with that, you guys make your way back to the Rusty Iron Tankard. Strieg, what are you doing?
What do you think I'm doing?
Rounds?
Rounds.
As
no, at
you
this point,
are...
I probably would have chilled out.
Okay.
I think Molly got mad at me and told me to chill out, so I took a nap with Molly.
That's definitely something Molly would say.
Yeah.
You took a nap with Molly?
But no,
Get your head out of the gutter.
At some point, Molly would have essentially,
Asti will be
like,
very jealous.
probably when you were winding down, just kind of, like, come down and just, like, start watching you. Not saying anything, just sitting there observing you.
I stare at her back until I fall asleep. Because I, like a dog, if I am not moving, will just fall asleep.
Some
I'm
amount of time
imagining
later,
Streak keeping one eye open.
some amount of time later, Strieg, presumably not long, you feel someone shaking your shoulder.
Yeah, I wake up. Is it Molly?
Is just... She's just, like, sitting in the chair next to you, about 6 inches away from your face, just slowly blinking and staring at you.
You good?
Yes.
You woke me up.
You fell asleep.
Did.
Are you tired?
Generally.
Why do you not go to bed then?
I mean, I was sleeping now.
Yes, but... And she just motions haphazardly towards the table. Is this not more dangerous?
I don't know.
She just slowly blinks at you. And just cocks her head to the side ever so slightly. You are very strange, Mr. Strange.
You are too, Molly. You are too.
She looks a little confused when you say that.
I roll over and go back to sleep.
The last thing
It
you
is
hear from
so
her
funny.
is,
Sorry, go ahead.
I don't sleep on tables, Mr. Strange. And she stands up and walks away.
It is so funny to think that Molly doesn't think she's strange. That's incredible. Wow.
Yeah, I'm going back to sleep until Garrett gets back. On my table.
Alright. You and Frey make your way back down in the very, very comfortable entryway. The bottom floor of the Rusty Iron Tankard. You can see Strieg knocked out on a table. And about 3 seats away, staring and almost unblinking, is Molly. Just staring at him. Her hands are just in her lap. She's not eating anything, not drinking anything, just sitting there staring.
I look at Frey and slowly back away. Once you're around the corner, I approach and knock loudly this time.
You were walking into, like, the bar room.
Oh, this is in the bar room?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought
I
this
was
was up at the
assuming
room.
at the table, right, Streak? Or did you mean up in your
Oh,
room?
yeah.
Yeah. I assumed it was in the common room.
Oh, never mind
Yeah.
then. I retract that statement.
Yeah.
I thought this was actually at the room.
No, this is Streak. He doesn't sleep in his room. He sleeps in the bar.
That's right. That's right.
Are there
Well,
like
then
other people in the bar?
There are a couple at the bar itself, but you gather this place is not the busiest.
all right.
Ever.
Okay.
And
Then I
definitely
guess-
not in the middle of the week, which, I mean, yeah, it's essentially Thursday. Midway is Thursday. For all intents.
What day is payday?
Normally
Friday?
holiday, yeah, Fridays.
Okay. I guess I walk over to the table and sit down and wake Streak up.
As you go to, Molly holds a hand up. Don't do that. Said he's tired and wants to sleep.
Okay.
I'm making sure no one attacks him.
We
He said
appreciate
he likes
that.
the danger of sleeping.
Yeah, Streak is interesting like that. But I think he also wanted to go to the meeting tonight, which we're about to go to, so that's why I was gonna wake him up. If knowing Streak, if he doesn't want to go, I'm sure he will fall right back asleep.
Yes.
So
And she
I,
continues to sit there, now staring at both of you, her hands on her lap.
I give Streak a quick shoulder shake.
I think I just like lurch up. Who's there?
It's just me.
Oh. Jesus.
Yeah. Sorry for that. We're getting ready to head to the to that meeting tonight. Do you want to keep sleeping, or are you looking to join us?
No, yep, coming. Let's go. We're going. Yep.
All right then. So let us head there. I believe I am hearing from Rohan that he's going to be heading over there soon. So I think we will all be able to meet up together.
Could we actually meet up at the Mercantile Square? I'd rather we all arrive together.
Certainly.
Yeah.
Good.
I relay through you that I will meet you at the Mercantile Square.
All right. He says that he'll meet us there at the Mercantile Square.
All right. Then I suppose we should get to move on.
Alright. Molly will be staying behind. Rest of you,
Okie dokie.
make your way. The reason I hid back. I need to do. As of now, last known location. There. There. Alright, and Rowan, you make your way to the Mercantile Square.
Yes.
It is winding down for the day as you guys arrive. Some of the shops have started getting shut down. Most nights it's all but barren, and there's sometimes a few cursory officers that are just patrolling to make sure no one's getting up to anything. But for the most part, the Mercantile Square is just a veritable clusterfuck of stuff people can't sell elsewhere. Like, if someone brings in a shipping thing and then it turns out the business that was supposed to buy it went out of business, or they don't have the money, they would, set up here and just try and sell it, make what they could. Think of it as like the flea market of Alasir. It has pretty much everything. It's pretty big, but it's definitely not going to get you anything easily, and definitely not going to get you the high-quality stuff. Well, most of the time.
How much of the stuff actually has fleas?
Probably not a lot.
Okay, just curious. It's a flea market.
Yeah, but there's not a lot of greenery, so there's not a lot of places for fleas to live.
Okay, I'll give you that.
That's right,
Just
I give you
curious.
a real answer. That's much of a shit I am. I ruined your joke. I'm awful. I'm a bully.
That's fine. I can accept it.
Alright,
I'm
so-
used to my jokes being ruined.
Is there anything you guys wish to do here, or are you just meeting up and then heading on?
There's nothing I want to do here, but I can't help but notice that Vossarion study is on the way between here and the Sunken Parisian. I'm wondering if maybe we can just pass by and see if, I don't know, we see anything else. I don't imagine we will, but just maybe we just walk by. See if we see a whole new set of blood pool or whatever. So we know
Sure,
that
we
Cassie's
can do
dead
that.
or not.
Yeah,
Cool.
yeah, Frey's fine with that.
Yeah, we can certainly do that.
Cool. Yeah, I don't know if anybody else has anything they want to do in
While we're at
hotel.
the Mercantile Square, can we find like a food vendor that has more edible meats?
Do you mean more edible meats?
Well, less rat and more like
That's freaking
rabbit.
here. You can definitely get like turkey legs.
Yeah, let's get some turkey legs.
Those are a common to-go food. Those are gonna run you about 5 copper each. Other things that are commonly for sale here are...
Have hand pies?
I'm sorry?
Hand pies?
Well, there's pot pies.
There's pot pies. Okay. Okay.
There are pork chops still on the bone.
Pork chops, turkey legs. I'd
There
rather go for.
There are pickled strawberries.
That's
They
a
are
no for
selling
me.
per jar at a price of 3 silver a jar. It's a decent sized
Oh
jar.
God, that just sounds disgusting.
I am curious. But
They also
Pot
have
pie me.
They also have some various, mostly trout and redfish, but some other various fish that just look like they have been quickly kind of grilled, seared, and ready to go that are just on sticks and then lightly seasoned.
How did large sea creatures handle the Umbrai invasion? I'm assuming they were fine.
I mean, by large sea creatures, what do you mean?
Like whales.
Well, there are
larger
giant
sharks.
umbral leviathans and entities in the Ophirian Ocean. So
Oh, that's right. That's right. You did mention that.
Terrible.
That's why
That's why
trade stopped.
There's no like intercontinental trade anymore with Western Madara.
How so how hard hit were some of those other continents?
They're
by
fine.
this, or
It
do we
only
not
happened
know?
to Madara,
Oh,
and only
geez,
really on the
so-
western half.
So this is very
It's
much
a very localized
um,
event. Yeah.
I'll take a turkey leg.
Turkey leg.
Five
All right.
copper.
And Frey will take a pot pie.
All right. Small or large?
Small.
Small is going to run you 9 copper.
Okay. How many copper in a silver?
10.
Okay.
Everything's base 10.
Okay.
I can't math. I'm sorry, how much did you say that was again? I apologize for the pot pie.
Pot pie, it was going to be 9 copper
9 copper, okay.
for a small, which is like a single serving, and that large one would be like for 2 to 4 people, depending on how hungry you are.
Okay. Yeah, single serving. That's fine.
It seems like it is some sort of meatloaf pot pie.
Delicious.
It has a very thick and hearty gravy on the top, above the mashed potatoes. The gravy is probably the highlight of the meal. It is steaming hot and like poured fresh to order from
Yum.
a broth made of the gods, presumably.
Delicious.
It's towards the end. It probably acts more like a stew than a pot pie, as there's some sliced carrots and things like that, sliced and almost diced, that just kind of like meander with this very thick, and obviously thinning as it goes, gravy. But I digress. I'm not George R. R. Martin. I'm not going to spend the next 10 minutes describing food.
What is the cultural equivalent to Mexican food? Is there a cultural equivalent to Mexican food?
I mean, probably, like, in what context?
Like, I mean, like, if I wanted tacos or empanadas or something, would something like that exist?
Not really in Madara.
Okay,
Like,
that's fine.
the closest things are, there's some, like, exotic Arafian foods. They're not really made a lot because Black Slant's really expensive to import a lot of things.
Understandable.
And the other thing is Rayclarian food, most of which is things like fancy teas. Tea in general, as I've mentioned before, very Rayclarian. But they also, the concept of, like, essentially, like, baby back fall off the bone ribs is said to have come from Rayclaw. But many of their most famous dishes were essentially stolen from Patramore.
I see. I'm assuming that Rayclaw's version, though, involves actual babies.
They're not that evil.
They're not that evil. Okay.
But yeah, for the most part, especially like in a city like Alasir, there's no single. See, when you said the equivalent of Mexican food, I thought you meant like in a cultural sense, not literally tacos.
Oh no, I meant literally tacos because that is delicious. But anyways, we should probably move along before we start talking about more food.
All right. So you guys are swinging by Vossarion's study.
Indeed.
Yeah, just
Really
walk by.
Shoop.
Just see if there have been any developments or if there's like the Midaran equivalent of like police tape up.
You do see that there is a naval securities officer waiting at the mouth of the alleyway.
Does he look familiar to Rohan?
No.
Okay, so he doesn't look like the guy that Rohan impersonated.
No, he does not look like... He does not look like Brayfallow.
Okay.
He's kind of a tall, lanky guy, kind of long, like silky but slightly graying hair in a long ponytail. He is just standing guard, very, not like super like at attention, but just casually there to deter people from going down the alleyway. How long are you guys going to stay and observe, or are you just looking for that and then heading off?
I think just looking for that and heading off. I don't think there's any use in, I don't know.
Yeah, Frey wouldn't want to linger.
Yeah, I don't want to like get sucked into interacting with anyone who's standing guard. Just
no one wants to go up to him and kind of like looky-loo. Oh, what happened here?
Does Strieg want to linger?
Absolutely not.
do we see so we're walking past this like T-junction, or like through the T-junction, like past the alley or whatever. Do we now see blood tracks on both sides, or are they gone?
Oh no, when I say like blocked off, I mean like the cross alleyway is blocked off. You can't even get down that one to see the main alleyway that you like, the
Damn.
sub alley.
Okay. Gotcha.
And I'm sure
Like
it's
you're on the
probably
main
too dark
street,
to...
and like you look over, you can see where the alley is, and you're like, there's just kind of a, like, it doesn't look out of place unless you know that a crime was committed there earlier.
Right. Okay. Fair enough.
But you can always go and examine if you'd like.
No.
Let's not get the
before we go
cops.
meet a crime family. Maybe
Alright,
when
so
we
you
don't
guys are
have
heading
any other
on?
obligations.
Yep.
Yes. All right.
But now we can't see your fine face, Rohan.
Oh no.
There we go. Oh, that's a big chunk move. I was just trying to move down slightly.
Unfortunately,
it-
without the thing. Oh.
Sorry, not trying to ping that.
I like that even when I hide my mouse, I can still ping.
So as oh, sorry, one second, my cat just jumped on my shoulder. Okay.
The cat
Okay.
jumps off your as a wild cat interrupts Frey as he stands there trying to talk.
Okay. So as Frey is kind of, I think probably taking the lead a bit in this, he will say, but there's actually a side entrance that we should use.
Lead the way.
Yeah, so he is gonna lead the way, but then at a point, before they actually reach the place,
The place that no one knows where they're going except for Frey.
he finds himself staggering suddenly, just like a hand going to his forehead as like his he almost like kind of stumbles to the side, shoulder hitting the wall of whatever building they're passing.
Are you okay?
Oh shit.
I don't know. Sorry, that was it's like he's trying to kind of like straighten himself up a little bit, but there's definitely kind of like a tremble in his hand as he stands there a moment, looking a little lost, a little pale faced. Sorry, I just had a moment. It's fine. No, nothing. We can keep going.
Okay.
Yeah. That's what I was thinking.
But for a moment, he doesn't. He kind of like looks around at them, but he doesn't start moving, and he stares down at his feet a moment. A hand kind of going back to his face. Oh, maybe we should I think we should. Perhaps another night. Perhaps this would be better for another night.
You don't think tonight would be a good night to have the meeting?
I just I just and like obviously you guys haven't known him very long, but even after like the whole thing that happened with Vossarion, he seems very not put together right now. I don't think you should go.
I mean, won't you have any more information about why? Because, you know, I don't necessarily want to keep this crime family waiting if we don't have to, and I'm not sure what'll be different tomorrow that's not today, you know. But if you feel strongly, we can put it off.
It was, I don't know, it was strange. It was a moment, it was a flash of blood, and I'm sorry. You shouldn't go. At all. Ever. In fact, you should leave the city.
Right now.
I say as soon as possible.
Okay, well, if the representative of the crime family that we're supposed to meet and says that we need to leave, I'm not necessarily one to disagree. Krieg, Rohan, thoughts?
I feel weird about leaving without meeting them, but my judgment hasn't been borne out lately, so I think I'll defer to you guys.
If I remember correctly, Frey has a little bit of empath to them, and they said that there's something about blood and steel. Or, well, blood and iron anyways.
He gives a shaky nod. I mean, I can't say it's ever quite been that potent, but thing, don't go at all.
So you're
If we
thinking,
if we leave the city, will they still be after us, or do they really only operate within Alasir?
I'd say, actually, Robert, does Frey know anything about if they operate outside of Alasir?
Probably, if they do, Frey wouldn't know, but based on intonations from what Frey does know, probably not.
Okay. If you leave Alasir, you won't be out of mind, but you'll at least be out of reach.
And what's gonna happen to you if we just vanish? 'Cause you set this meeting.
I don't know. I suppose I'll have to find my own way out as well.
you feel you need to leave the city as well?
Yes, I think definitely. If I don't do this.
Well, you were a help earlier today. I feel that we could certainly use your talents. If we're to be leaving tonight, it would certainly be easiest for you to come with us. What do you think, Streak, Rohan.
I agree.
Were you leading us into a trap?
Frey gives a smile and says, I was leading you to a place. They didn't tell me what would actually happen after that, but, I try not to ask what happens after that. But there are people you don't say no to.
And you've had meetings like these before?
No, not like this. Never like this.
If we're going to be leaving, I think we have to find Cassie. We left her in a pretty bad spot.
Well, that means we got to get in past that guard and see if she's still there.
Yeah. I can.
Do you want to do
I can
your?
cast invisibility again.
Yeah.
If Vossarion is back, he can clearly sense when we're there. So we should be aware of that this time.
I think. I think if you do go and if you do send anyone invisible, I think it would be best if Strieg was one of the ones who went with you. Cass seems to have an attachment with them that might help persuade her to leave if we need to leave with her.
I agree. In fact, I wonder if... Oh, sorry. I'm just trying to see... I think it might be a good idea if you and Streak are the ones to go in.
You'd rather than you?
Yeah. I mean, first of all, once I've cast my spell, I'm not much use anyway. And second of all, I think I'm probably the last person Cassie wants to see, so.
And are we just thinking that Vossarion is gone? What if we get there and he's there?
I don't know. If you guys don't feel comfortable, then that's totally... I totally get it. I
just feel like there's a lot of things that can go wrong here.
Yeah.
He's not wrong, but I don't think we should abandon her either.
One thing I will say is that I can only make people invisible for an hour, but I can disguise
Yes, it
people
is.
indefinitely. So if we would like to, I don't know, I mean, if we want to check the, NSO office first, maybe Cassie's there. We could go in as, well, I guess going into the NSO office as cops is a bad idea.
Well, I think maybe Streak might just want to go in on their own. Vossarion, I don't think he saw Streak, did he?
I don't want to go anywhere near there.
That's not a bad point. And technically, we would send Molly in on her own, but I don't think that would be a good idea either. Because while no one's seen her, she doesn't have a good track record with the law.
Yeah.
Could we try and get Cassie a message somehow?
How? We don't know where to send it.
Know.
As far as I can tell, there's sort of three places that she seems like she would go. One is her room at the Anchor and Helm, which I'm pretty sure she's not at. We can double check if we want, but yeah.
No, she's probably not there.
Yeah. Number 2 is Vossarion's study. If she's still there, maybe Vossarion came back. And number 3 is the NSO office. If she was, I don't know, arrested, or if she's being protected by the NSO office officers, then maybe they, just she's vaguely involved with this.
Right, she's
attack
kept
that happened.
for questioning or something.
Yeah. We could split up if we want, but I guess that still leaves the question of how we check both places. I don't think we're getting past the guards at Vossarion's without some magic. Seems like.
No, I don't think we would be able to get past them without magic.
Yeah, we could potentially just go and ask at the NSO office. I mean, I don't think they necessarily know who we are or what's going on.
Unless he survived and gave them descriptions of us.
Yeah. Well, Streak, any ideas? I feel like you probably know Cassie the best.
I don't think anyone knows Cassie the best. But, I'm gonna be real with you. I don't want to go anywhere near that alley again. Especially not with the officer there. We could split up. I could go check her room if you guys want to go to the NSO.
Okay. Okay, yeah. Meet us back at the alley, I guess. Either way. In case.
I don't think we should
Seems
meet
like
at
a
the
bad place to
alley.
meet.
Somewhere around there, I mean. We can meet at the Mercantile Square or whatever.
Yeah, meet at the square.
Sure.
Alright.
Cool. Alrighty. Frey, I guess take your pick. I imagine you'll probably want to go with Streak instead. Checking your cushy hotel room is probably easier than walking into the NSO.
No, I think I can help out with the NSO.
Okay. Yeah, that's great. Amazing.
So, do one of us want to get invisible and check the alley? Stree's gonna go check the hotel, and then Frey will check the NSO. Or are we splitting too much?
I think maybe we should wait to check the alley if we don't find her in the other places.
Okay. Okay.
And then, yeah, we can meet back there and decide if we still want to do that. I guess we should
meet at the square and then decide to go to the alley. Okay.
Yeah.
Sounds like a plan.
I guess we should just explicitly say, so we're not meeting the Cartron family, right?
Yeah, if the person
No,
who's
they're
supposed to be
not.
taking us to meet them is saying don't meet them, there's a problem.
Yeah. Okay. Well, keep an eye out for if either the Cartron family or the Morettis are following you or something. It's not out of
That
the
would be a
question.
good idea to keep an eye out for that.
Yeah. Alrighty. Let's go. I guess are Garrett, me, and Frey all going to the NSL office?
Sure.
Yeah, I think
Cool.
so.
Sounds good. Streak, we will catch up with you afterwards.
Okie dokie.
So you're heading to the office? Which one?
Are there multiple ones?
Probably the closest
there's
one.
one for like every district of the city.
I figured whatever the office that would be closest to Vossarion's study would be the one that
Yeah, that makes most sense.
would be handling the
Just that.
case.
Yeah.
Maycloud Town. Oh. In Central, get South Central. Not the one. Probably the one up here. The one that's handling it is assuming that its local is going to be the one at the docks.
Okay. Exactly where Garrett came from. I guess we head there.
Yeah. Oh, and we do also have to grab Molly on the way out too.
Yeah, we will.
Oh, you're gonna bring her with you?
No,
Not
when
here,
we leave
when
the
we're
city.
leaving town.
Oh.
Yeah.
We're not bringing her to the cops.
Streak, where are you going?
To the Anchor and Helm to check Cassie's room.
You head to the Anchor and Helm, and it is, for better or worse, exactly as it is always left. Which is to say, there is raucous celebration, there's a constant music from the third floor balcony, and you head up to the rooms, and the door is slightly propped open.
I will knock lightly on the door frame,
Nothing.
push open the door.
It is empty, and it looks like the bed has been made. This room is available again.
Okay. Can I go to the front desk, I guess, and ask if anyone there has seen Cassie in the past few days?
Not... No, I was a gentleman from the NSO who was here, earlier this afternoon, asking if there were any more belongings or things to be taken. We told him which room it was in and all that. Under the name, Cascadia. Paid for by, the Ralliquan account, and, they took their things and said the room was free to rent after whatever it is that they found or didn't. We were very busy. There was a fight. 2 people had each... So you see, A motions over to where the ball pit is. There were 2 people who each went about half-seas. They weren't expected. They were day drinking. And they weren't really expected to be winning. And, well, when they pulled fish, they were fighting over who gets the drinks, because we're not going to share them with 2 people. Because... then you're giving 2 people drinks. 2 people getting drinks just ain't right. So we were more worried about that. And, well, worrying about getting that all broken up. And I was able to handle that perfectly well. But in the meantime, like I said, he just left of his own accord. I went up there a little while later and, well... I cleaned it up. Not myself. I had one of the cleaners clean it up, but I told them to clean it up, which is like me doing it. At least that's what the boss says, since that's my job. And all the coin was accounted for on account of it being on a prepaid account. So we all had it taken care of, but no, I don't don't think anything else came of it. Why do you ask, young sir?
My wife left me. I gotta go find her.
What? Are
Thanks.
you saying that Cascadia was your wife?
Yes. I gotta go find her.
Oh,
Thanks.
yeah. I would not do that, young man. If she left you, probably for a good reason, you should probably just leave her alone. Work on yourself a little bit. Figure out why you fucked up.
Yeah.
Don't be chasing after them. They're their own people. You can't just talk down to them like there's something that you lost.
Yeah. I'm gonna go now.
Probably for the best, honestly.
Yeah. Have a good one.
He doesn't really exchange pleasantries on the way out with you.
That's fine.
Well, that makes me think we're going to the right place.
I was actually just thinking one of us should have gone with Strig because we've got the earrings. Hopefully, he'll be okay. But why don't we keep going?
Yeah.
To the NSO Vossarion.
What do you say we do a quick, just general
Go on.
face changey thing like you did when we were impersonating the cops? Or do we want to go full invisible?
I mean, do we want to use that here? Because we can maybe just ask them.
Oh, good point. We could ask them, but that's assuming that we're not wanted already. Versus trying to get in there. Could be a good idea that way. Prey, what do you think?
Well, if the man does still live, and if he's come here, then, well, it could very well be our descriptions have gotten around, so I think changing our faces could be valuable. But I think just going in, talking to them, you could create a familial resemblance, perhaps, to Cassie.
Do either of you think that's maybe something we could do without magic? A little bit of... I mean, I don't have a makeup kit on me or nothing, but...
We could try, right? I mean...
disguise
ground
ourselves,
job.
save the magic for maybe later.
Yeah. That might be good.
Yes, we can do that. Frey will start by turning his cloak inside out, so it's the flashy side is on the inside, and it's more of a plain dark violet on the outside.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna change my glamour to look as much like somebody that would be related to Cassie as I can. I guess dressed about the same level of fanciness and stuff that she would be dressed as, and
not wearing a
probably,
suit, but definitely wearing a designer polo, essentially.
Yeah, I am not white, so it's not gonna look that close. But I will make myself older probably and give myself a big beard to obscure as much of my face as I can, and yeah, I don't know. I could be an uncle or something.
I wonder if maybe the two of you want to go for this, because I can't do much for changing my looks here.
Shave. Sorry, I had to throw it out into the ether and make the rest of the party think of it.
I mean, he could shave. He's been growing a little.
How much will Garrett commit?
He's let it grow a bit bushy while traveling.
Get that man some goddamn makeup so he doesn't look like he nearly died today, and get him to shave and cut his hair short, and you'll be well on your way.
I mean, Garrett will trim up the beard. He won't go full shaven, clean shaven, but he'll trim it so it's not like bushy mountain man looking kind of thing. It's, you know, it'll
Alright.
pomade in the hair and do that up, and
This is like, this is the equivalent of us being like, all right, Garrett, you need to become unrecognizable. And you're like, great, let me shower. Like,
all right,
You're
all
like-
right.
you're like, I'll trim my beard and put some pomade in my hair. No one will ever know it was me.
I didn't want to do this.
The equivalent of Clark Kent supers or
Yeah.
glasses.
You guys need to get him some fucking glasses. Stat.
Garrett goes and I guess he'll find somewhere to change, and he'll put on his. He kept a suit of clothes with him from Artaviste, and he puts on his finery. Yeah. Cleans up. Perfumes. Well, maybe not perfumes, but colognes and puts on his full semi-nobility outfit and everything. He walks out in a completely different demeanor. And just full turn around from the scruffy wayfinder to the upper class Artavishtan.
Carry yourself well.
Sometimes it feels more like this is the costume than it has become. Right then.
And
Alrighty.
Frey, meanwhile, basically he takes off his earrings, his ring, and he'll let down his hair, kind of like moving it over his shoulders, so it frames his face more. This'll have to do. But what's Cassie's full name?
Cascadia something. Hold on, I think I have it. Hold on one sec. Hold on. I have it somewhere. No, I don't.
I was gonna be blown away if you did, because she definitely hasn't told anyone. You didn't even know her name is Cascadia until
I think she mentioned it when she. Maybe I'm wrong. I think she mentioned it when she was checking into the Anchor and Helm, but I could be wrong.
Have a good night.
just for you guys, this is what I imagine suit looks like for Garrett.
Oh, absolutely. Very much.
It's a nice suit.
Yes. Like, fully cleaned. He put a little powder on to make himself look less dirty and trail worn.
Every time I look at Frey's picture, Ronnie was describing taking off Frey's earrings and stuff, and I was like, let me refresh my memory on what Frey looks like. And like, man, Frey is so pretty. Every time I look at him, I'm just like, wow, okay. I'm flustered.
He knows it. Okay, well, if we're all ready, I suppose we should, get in there before we give them any more time.
Yep, let's go. I guess we enter the NSO.
Yeah,
The
and
NSO Fury.
our Frey is schooling himself into a face of worry, of a man besides himself.
I did forget that I can just put images on the recording as well. So, I just, need to make sure everyone forever knows what Garrett looks like right now.
Yeah.
Missing.
So, you guys make your way into the NSO Vossarion. It is... The initial room that you head into is like almost a hallway that opens up to a much wider, like... You can see there's a desk right near the entryway that's curved. It's a very nice, like, dark, almost like black wood desk. And there's a woman behind it who has these very thick spectacles on, maybe 40s or 50s, curly hair, and she just kind of like looks up at you and, yes, what is it we can help you with today?
Please. Sorry. Go ahead.
You go first.
You're right.
Frey is going to like hurry straight up to her, hands just kind of like landing on the desk and say, "Please help us. We're looking for someone. She's been missing for, well, some time now."
Missing? A woman go missing? Oh, that's horrible. What happened?
What we're still trying to figure out. I think she was going off with some wizard had taken her or something, but a woman, Cascadia, and he'll describe her.
Garrett's come in slightly separately from everyone, and at this point kind of butts in. Excuse me, I think that my business is slightly more pressing. A gentleman who is I'm a patron of has recently been assaulted in his own home, and I've come to find out what you've done about it.
Sir. This gentleman was ahead of you. If you could please wait, we're very backed up right now.
I think that certainly my station would be more than enough to account for some of that.
Station, I'm sorry. Who are you, sir?
My name's not important right this second. However, my patron, or the man who I patron, has been assaulted in his own home. I think assault takes place over yet another missing woman.
Another missing woman?
Well,
do you think nothing of the women who go missing in this city? Or do you just not care? Oh,
In my head, I'm totally silent, but in my head, I do think to Garrett, I sure hope you know what you're doing.
He's trying to do his best to be an obnoxious, noble person.
Oh, very good.
Well, let it never be said that I care nothing for the fare of the species. Fine, you may talk to them first.
Yes, thank you so much. And she, like, shoos you backwards to essentially the back of the line.
Frey looks back at Garrett, like, as if distraught for looking back at the woman. Please tell me you know something.
Okay, so you gave me a description, and I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. What was her name again? I got distracted by this rude gentleman who cannot wait and cares not for the fair sucks.
Her name is Cascadia. Please.
He also goes by Cassie.
The very loud girl. Yes, she's in our camp.
Garrett starts tapping his foot and making kind of annoyed coughs in the back.
She's in our camp. She was attacked, or she was part of an attack. She survived, very good, but we are keeping her in our care for now.
Gotcha. Would we be able to speak with her?
Oh no, she is under our care. How am I not to know that you are the ones who are trying to kill her or some such?
Well, okay.
Ask if he'd leave her a message, I think, to Rohan.
But I mean, what would we leave her? I don't think she doesn't want to hear from us.
Just
And we can hardly ask this woman to deliver the message of like, hey, do you want us to break you out?
Frey, so
Just
Frey
add-
would say, sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say, I mean, just to ask if we could leave a message with her even to begin with, and let her know that, we're sorry that things worked out.
Well, I guess
don't know what else we would say, but just, I mean, ask if we could leave a message first.
Well, I guess first I'll actually ask, like, and I guess when you say she's under your care, is she being kept here for her protection, or is she being held here?
She is being kept here for her own protection. She, as far as we know, did nothing wrong, unless you were to imply otherwise.
No, of course not. She's such a kind soul. She would never hurt anyone.
At this point,
She is-
an officer comes up and approaches you, Garrett.
I acknowledge him. Yes,
Her.
sir.
But yeah,
Or her.
and she just, Officer Blackwood, and I say Vossarion, you said there was something urgently the matter, an assault or some such.
Yes.
Right.
Earlier today, I received word that an individual to whom I've put quite a decent amount of my money into providing for was assaulted in his own home.
In my head, I think Elendar Vossarion, just because like I know that he's gonna become.
His last name is Vossarion. I came to see, has anything been done about this travesty? As I've heard no word since then.
I'm sorry, you know of Elendar Vossarion?
I know that he is a fine, upstanding citizen and a mage of some
I
power.
need you to come with me right now, sir. We have some questions we need to ask of you.
Certainly.
Wait, and then she kind of turns to the secretary, if you will. What did you say they're in here for? Oh, well, you see, they were asking about Cassie, the loud one. And she just cuts her off. Both of you.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
will need you to come with me as well.
Certainly. Anything we can do to help.
Of course, we just want to know that she's okay.
And she starts to head back, and as you guys start walking down to a very large stone, like, this is a very heavy stone structure that is, like, imposing compared to most of the nearby homes. And once you get to a hallway that feels a little cramped, someone grabs her hand and pulls her aside, whispers something.
Can I ask, like, what is the layout here? We're in like a hallway, you said? It's
So
kind of cramped
you
at this
entered in a
point?
hallway, opened up to a larger room that had a bunch of desks, some of them with officers behind them, but you were speaking to the essentially secretary at the front.
Right.
In this
Okay.
very large, probably 3-story open room, and then towards the back, there are a set of double staircases that go up to a second floor, but in between them, there's a hallway with a set of double doors currently open that goes back. You went through that hallway.
Okay, so the big room we walked into is still visible from where we are.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Anyway, she's pulled aside, and then a second later, which of your mages?
Sorry?
My colleague here just informed me one of you is a mage. At least.
I'm not sure what you mean. None of us are.
Do not
At
worry.
least I'm not a mage. I guess I can't speak for my friend or this gentleman here, but
Do not
There's
lie.
some
Please.
minor magics, but I would hardly call myself a mage.
This is not minor. Well, if you do not wish to be forthcoming, then perhaps... And she goes into a pouch on her right leg and pulls out what seemed to be almost like iron... I'm sorry. Iron looking, but they're definitely not iron. Brass, almost like halfway between a bracelet and a shackle. Frey, you would recognize these right away. Rowan, you'd also recognize these. Garrett, give me an no.
Okie dokie.
can I ask how far are we from the doors that we walked through?
Maybe
The
That's
doors
a
to the hallway.
4. I don't recognize shit.
maybe 80, 90 feet.
Okay.
All right. Frey, you and Rowan recognize these as essentially, like, they have a lot of names. I don't know what the colloquial name each of you would recognize it as, but in my head, I think of them as shackles of inhibition. They stop anyone wearing them from being able to cast magic.
Okay.
Are they going to put them on us, or are they just threatening us with them?
They are motioning for each of you to put one on.
Are they motioning for me as well, or just
They
for
don't
them?
know who the mage here is. None of you would
Okay.
admit to it, but they know there's a mage among you.
I mean, Frey does not know he has magic, so yeah, he'll put out a hand.
I'm gonna think to Garrett. Do we take them out? I'm not gonna attack, but I can make them go to sleep.
There were at least 8 officers in this room.
Yeah, I don't think that'll work out. My word, are you attempting to handcuff me?
No. We are attempting to find out who the mage here is, because my colleague just so happens... At this point, she, like, walks back to the desk and slams a very small lantern that is almost giving off a slight hum with a silvery blue glow. A warning that someone here is arcane. Someone
Well,
here...
I
I'm
cannot
sorry.
do magic. That's what I pay for.
Well, perhaps, let me try again. Someone here is apt. And she looks almost directly at you, Garrett. I don't believe it's you, but I don't know. So, if no one wants to admit to it, then you can all put one on. It doesn't harm you. It just keeps you from casting any sort of spells. Don't want anyone lying. This is certainly a question. Or do we need to detain you?
If we must
You don't need
proceed
to
to
detain
wear
us.
these,
I'm a mage. I try not to make it known to people. Not everyone I know is very accepting of it. But of course, I don't want you to think that I'm trying to, that I have any ulterior motives. I just don't like to share that information. I'm sorry I lied, but, you know, I'm here to find out about my friend, Cassie. And I just don't see why this is relevant.
Well, it's relevant because we cannot trust magics deep within the Naval Securities Office. It's something of a security risk.
Well,
a mage, then you would be one who is very well versed in the dangers. The ability to manipulate the mind, confuse, confuddle, affect, kill, anything.
well, I'm only heading deeper into the office because you've asked me to.
Yes, but it is a regular procedure for any mages who come into any of our offices. Now,
Well,
she unclasps it and holds it out to you. If you would please, sir.
I look at him like, well, will you hurry this up? I have better things to do.
Okay, I put it on. What
The
am I gonna
most
do?
sneriest.
It doesn't seem like it is removing any magic that you currently have active. It's just disabling your ability to cast spells, and yeah.
Okay. So like my glimmer is still up.
Seems to be, yeah.
Okay, that's fine. I
and with
can
that-
live with that.
Yeah, the other two are put away. And she motions you guys. Further down a hall, you go down one winding hallway after another, a veritable maze of clusterfucks before finally maybe 2 minutes of walking, a left, a right, a pause. She pauses and, oh, of course, Markley, you have a good night. You did some damn good work today. Shakes someone's hand and pats them on the back as they leave.
Are there a lot of people around still? Or...
You've walked past maybe 2 or 3 more officers, along with what you would imagine are a couple of bookkeepers or some such, before you get to Garrett. You are first put in one room, and then Frey, you and Rohan are put in a separate one.
I just I just want to be clear that like I'm a criminal, so like this is not where I want to be, you know. So all of this.
It's not
kinda
where you
sucks.
want to be, yet you walked in here.
Well, I thought we would ask. It was going well for a minute until Officer Blackwood overheard us. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I mean we get put in a different room.
By the
That's
way, this is
fine.
the first I put together that I described the desk as like a Blackwood, and her name is Blackwood. That was not on purpose. I was just presumably in that headspace the day I wrote all this stuff.
Does the earring still work?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Your ability to invoke or create new magic just seems gone at this point.
Cool. Okay.
Right, so, Garrett, you are sat down and first, and Officer Blackwood will be with you shortly, sir. We do hope that the inconvenience is not too bad. Could we get you something? Perhaps some imported Arafian coffee or sweets?
Certainly,
Fuck
coffee
you.
would be.
She walks away, slamming the door.
Ugh, peasants.
Now then. I'm sorry, your names? And she guides you to another room.
My name is Marcus.
Marcus. And you, sir?
Frey. He still looks rather disheveled over the whole thing, and he just says, Lewis.
Marcus and Lewis. Well, Mr. Marcus, Mr. Lewis, you've mentioned this Cascadia. What is your relation to?
She's a close friend of mine. A sort of family friend. We go way back.
She turns to Lewis.
As he said, family friends. We've just been.
So,
She just vanished without a trace.
yes, and you were looking for her. How did you know that she would be here?
We didn't. This was
We
just the
didn't.
first one we came to.
When somebody's missing, you go to the cops, right?
That was the last place. At this point, she has taken out a parchment as kind of like pacing and writing. Where was the last place that you saw her? How long was she missing?
We saw her at the Anchor and Helm. I think it's been maybe a couple of days now. Sorry, I'm losing track of time at this point and haven't been sleeping much. I am a little worried. But yes, I think it's been a couple of days.
Let's say Nearly 2 days, probably nearly 3 now.
And what was she doing when she went missing? Do you know if she was somewhere attacked? Where was the last place that you said at the Anchor and Helm? In her room, drinking? Could you have went out drinking? Doing a pub crawl or some such?
Not. I don't think she would really go heavily drinking, go to a pub crawl. I do think she mentioned that there was a party she was expecting to go to, but I didn't. I'm not sure if she really knew people there or.
So she went to the party? Or?
It sounded like that was her plan, was to go to the party.
Where was
I'm
this
not
party?
sure.
She is intentionally cutting you off as you finish talking, by the way. It's not me being a dick.
No, that's fair. I don't know if I know the exact place.
Anything that you know about it?
She said a name. Dalashik?
She rolls her eyes. Are you fucking serious?
I don't know who that is or that name. Just
Well, it gives us
the name
something else to investigate to find out what has happened.
sure.
And you don't know who had taken her and anything.
Yeah, of course. I mean, last we heard, she was going to a party where we didn't know anybody, and it sounded like she didn't know anybody. She's young. She's an attractive woman. I'm sure she wanted to go out and meet people. Seemed like it was a high class to do. We figured that she would be safe there, protected from, anybody who would wish her harm.
Now, my next question, very simply, would she be safe staying with you?
Absolutely. We care about her deeply, and we would do anything in our power to protect her.
No, you two, do you live together, or if you give me your information so that we can do a follow-up, where you live, etc., we can have her out of here within the hour.
Yeah, I don't like this.
Yes, Marcus and I do live together.
I like kind of give Frey a side eye, like maybe he's going to offer an address or something, but assuming he doesn't, I will give them. Hold on. Are there like legal documents tracking who is renting a place?
Not in specific.
Okay.
Like, if you dig deep enough, you can probably find ownership information over like building blocks and things like that.
Okay.
But like, it's a
got it.
lot of fucking work.
Yeah. I think I'll say like, yes, we do live together. I'm
sorry. Your name is Marcus. Last name?
I literally can't think of anything.
Frey will chime in. That'd be Marcus Colwright.
And are you Lewis Colwright?
I am indeed.
Guy just pauses for a second and writes something, then scratches that out. I'm sorry, how do you spell that? I'm really bad about spelling last names.
That'd be CALWRIGHT.
Oh, got it right. Alright, so, you both will be able to take care of her then. So.
Absolutely.
Well, that sounds lovely. At this point, I would like you both to give me charisma convince.
Please. Roll well.
No.
Oh no.
Yes. Fucking yeah. Wait, what is this? K2?
It's you roll 3d6 and
Something.
drop the lowest.
Is that a thing that Frey has?
Yeah, it is.
God
Jesus
damn.
Christ.
Yeah, there's a foci that lets you be really good at a skill.
Thank fucking God.
That's why Fro was like, I can handle this.
Oh.
I love it. You two are freaking out with your earrings. Frey's just like, it's fine. You got nothing to worry. I could do this drunk. So, as you guys begin filling out the information, Garrett, a little while later, Garrett, Officer Blackwood comes in. Oh, I'm sorry, you said that you worked with... And she motions for you to continue. Garrett?
In my earrings, I think. Elendar Vossarion.
I'm sorry. I thought I had my mic down. My mic was up. I did not say I worked with Vossarion. I said that he worked for me. I commissioned...
What did you commission exactly?
potions of a benign but sensitive nature from him on a regular basis.
She begins tapping a quill on parchment as if waiting for you to elaborate.
My wife is with me in a marriage of convenience. However, it does not do for one to have wandering eyes. And so he has been at rather exorbitant cost creating potions that are...
Make you blind, of course. Please speak plainly, mister. I'm sorry, what is your name exactly?
Larian.
Larian.
Essentially, he creates potions that suppress my wife's appetites, if you will.
She looks a mixture of, like, appalled and angry at this point. She is not hiding her hatred for you.
And he's not hiding his disdain of someone who is essentially lower, looking at him as so. This is between my wife and I.
In my
She
head,
is
I think
aware-
Garrett. In my head, I think Garrett. This is a crime. Please say that she gives you her consent.
She is aware of what these potions do.
So explain to me then. You're getting these. How did you meet Mr. Vossarion?
It was through a... not a friend so much as another individual. He was hosting a party recently that
Mr.
I was
Vossarion
at.
was?
No. Oh, what was his name? Vossarion was at the party as well. Oh, crap. What was that other guy's name who was...
Alashik.
Dalashik. Dalashik. That was his name. Dalashik. He recommended Vossarion to me.
And when was this party?
Earlier this week. Must have been 2-3 days ago. Admittedly,
so you have not
that
found
was...
any... You have not acquired anything from him yet?
Not yet. He was supposed to provide them for me.
Did you have someone working for you before him?
Yes, and unfortunately, that fellow fell down his own stairs and broke his neck.
Not interested in any crimes you're dealt in? So,
It
please
was
talk
at his own.
more plainly, Mr. Larian.
He fell down his own stairs and broke his neck. He had too much of a tipple one day.
She kind of narrows her eyes. I know one Larian. Are you, Larian Studeos?
I know.
For now. Say you're for now.
I'm Larian 4 now. I am new.
She rolls
To the
her eyes
region.
and stares at you and waits.
I'm sorry that my elders had a unfortunate last name, but I am not here to justify their naming decisions.
Give me a charisma convince.
This is it. This is the natural 2 we've been waiting for.
And I am going to re-roll that.
It's a little bit
6
better.
is the
She-
DC for some things.
Mr. Fornow. I am willing to respect your privacy in this matter. I'm willing to respect whatever it is that you have going on with Mr. Vossarion. I just need to know, are you his Zelusia supplier?
I'm sorry, his what now?
I think Garrett would know about it.
Well, it was more of like a outright.
Okay, yeah. I'm just
Not
making
like a
sure,
like what is it, but
yeah.
it's like a you're insinuating I'm supplying to. No, I am not supplying anything to him. He is other than gold, and he is supposed to be supplying to me. I would have nothing to do with that had I known he was mixed up in this.
Of course. Because the rich, high, and mighty always consider the morals before they decide what they're going to spend their coin on.
While you are not entirely mistaken about many others, I had a relative who became addicted to that, and I saw their decline. That is not anything that is... No,
Please,
I
I'm
would
sure
not
you.
have...
I'm sure you spent another 1,000 gold on something useless like a boat, and decided that you were going to live life for them, or some such. I've heard your type before, and I don't wish to hear your stories of sob or slander.
Well then.
So, Mr.
Has it-
Fornow, all I would wish for you at this point is that you cooperate for the time being, because we are desperately trying to find his whereabouts. You see, he was attacked sometime this morning,
And you
we
have
don't
not
know what has happened.
found...
And you are the first person to mention him by name that we have seen since the attack. Or even before. Not many people know his name, or at least not many people would willingly say it. Which makes me think you're either very stupid or some sort of assassin. And given the fact that you walk around with a suit that is probably worth more than I can make in a year in coin, I'm assuming that you're very stupid, but assume that your wealth is able to insulate you from having to think about that. So what we're going to do is give you a night here to rest, and perhaps in the morning, you'll be more willing to talk about what exactly the nature of your relationship with Mr. Vossarion is, Mr. Fornow. Do I make myself clear? If I don't like your answer, we will have you arrested, and you will spend some time here with me, where we can talk at length about exactly what sort of destruction you've decided to wreak on the societies of this city. Any questions, Mr. Fornow?
He is giving her his absolute best noble glare. I understand your position. and have no desire to spend a minute longer here than necessary. So I will answer whatever further questions you have in as honestly a manner, as forthright as I have the answers to them.
Was there
Sorry,
something?
can I gather what like Blackwood is saying to Garrett, like from his thoughts? Like, I don't know if Garrett is relaying them or
Oh
just
yeah,
like,
no, I'm trying to.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I assume you can
okay.
Surface
intonate.
thoughts.
If not getting
Oh.
the whole conversation, you can kind of intonate it.
Can you ask her how do they know that he was attacked? Because it sounds like they haven't seen him, and he ran away saying he was going to call the NSO, and they haven't seen him, and they're on the hunt for him, and the attack
I
happened,
also
like,
walked in
magically,
saying that he had been. I walked in and said he had been assaulted. So then they would, well, how do you know
But-
he's been attacked?
But I mean, she's saying that they've been desperately looking for him and like that's why you're being arrested right now, basically. So like, how do they know that he was attacked?
You know what's really fun? In the middle of this very tense interrogation, we're going to go ahead and take a quick break. Okay, so yes, she just kind of like sitting across from you, her legs crossed, just kind of still idly tapping the quill to the parchment. If you're going to be answering my questions, I think they should be very simply done. And you were in the middle of a mind conversation with Rowan.
Yes.
Yeah,
If I may, officer and inspector. What is her title?
Officer.
Officer. How long have you been searching for Mr. Vossarion? It relates in regards to some of the information I may have for you.
Since midday.
Since midday. And about when would we have left his house? In the morning, I'm thinking at Rohan.
Yeah, like 11, no later than 11 or noonish at the latest.
Okay. I see. Well, shortly before midday, I had sent a servant round to collect my wife's medicine, and
It was to be ready today.
it was to be ready today. They arrived back around midday, telling me that it appears there had been some form of assault. There was blood all over the street. They
One
didn't.
of our officers saw blood in the alleyway leading back there. That's how we found it.
When they saw what was described to me as copious amounts of blood, they immediately turned back. They didn't step foot any closer.
Only
And
for the best.
that was how I was made aware of it.
So, with all of that said, Mr. Fornow, I would ask, was there anything else that you knew about Mr. Vossarion? Was there anything else you knew about anything going on with his operation?
I was told that he was a mage of some power, and that he used his abilities with and combined them with alchemical substances to make rather potent concoctions.
Yes, well, I'm afraid you won't be getting any of your coin back that you've already paid to.
Unfortunately, that was all I was made aware of outside of contact information of his apprentice. I wasn't given much of a name, just a description and
She immediately, like, snaps to attention. I'm sorry, he worked with someone.
yes, I describe the man who came to um the inn to say that we should stop looking for Cass.
And
Uh,
I think to you, at least one of his apprentices is named Avery.
I heard someone in passing mention something about an apprentice Avery, but I do not know if it is that
In passing where?
at the party.
He was there.
As I said, Vossarion
Possible
was there.
apprentice, possibly named.
Yes,
Did not know he had any accomplice.
yes. And I was given a location to meet him, which was the end of that alley, which my servant had gone to and found the blood at. And I was quoted a rather large sum of gold at the party, to which I supplied.
As I said, you won't be getting any of that back. There's very little in the
Indeed.
way of coin even at the place of the attack. With all of that said, something I wish to ask of you. Something very important.
Mm-hmm.
In asking this, and at this point, she pulls out a sheet of parchment, unrolls it, and places a small black candle in the middle of it. The parchment has markings that you would at least vaguely recognize as arcane sigils. I'm going to ask you some questions. But before I do, I'm going to light this. And when this goes out, you will remember nothing of our conversation while it was lit. You understand?
Okay.
She proceeds to light the candle. And you see as the sigils begin to kind of... There's 5 of them in total, and they intertwine a little bit, and one at a time just kind of pulses with this dull maroon, almost dark crimson. It is the only bright light in the room. There's a small hooded lantern that she brought in that she's using to speak with you, but otherwise this is the main light. You know the name Cascadia?
Is this in relation to...
Do you know the name Cascadia?
I heard
Cassie.
the individuals ahead of me in line who I attempted to place myself in front of say her name at the building, in the lobby of this office.
Yes, she was there. She was the one who found what happened. Apparently, he was attacked, and then she was there trying to find out who got hurt or something. He was very hectic about it and seemed to understand a lot immediately. Some sort of trauma, I'd wager, but either way, we are trying to find out exactly what happened. She's the closest thing to a witness we have, and, well, it's very convenient watching all of these people wander in with answers. So you do not know her. Do you know if she has any sort of... Was there a woman apprentice? Long hair, blondish, brownish, whatever you want to call it.
I had heard of no woman apprentice. I had heard that there were a small number, but outside of the description of the man and the name Avery, I had been given no information as to any apprentices or, as you put it, accomplices.
And did you have any inkling of any sort of dangers or untoward things that your... And she kind of pauses, not sure exactly what to call him. Your supplier, Mr. Vossarion, was into? Or were you just looking the other way?
I assumed that an individual who was able to provide alchemical substances of power would have the ability to be involved in shady dealings. However, one who knows not. Yeah, if you don't know, it can't hurt you, but apparently I wouldn't be in this situation was it otherwise.
Perhaps you finally learned your lesson, Mr.
It would appear so, officer.
We both know it's not true. Don't patronize me. With all of that out of the way, I don't believe I have any other question. Do you know those two in the other room? Ever met them before?
I met them in the lobby.
I said do not patronize me, Mr. Fornow.
I may have seen them around the city, but I have little connections with those who do not travel in the same circle as I do.
Of course. She just kind of licks her thumb and pointer finger and puts out the wire. And you just kind of have this like sharp pain for a second in your head, like a very quick, just instantaneous migraine. And then it's like the last 5 minutes didn't happen. All right, Mr. Fornow, you're going to be free to go. I'll find someone and send them to get you as soon as I possibly can.
Thank you, officer. I've got a sudden headache. I believe I'd best be leaving.
As soon as we have someone to escort you out. And she
just kind of grunt and nod.
Shutting the door behind her, packing up the parchment and black candle. He heads back into the other room with Rowan and Frey.
Do I still remember that conversation?
You do.
Okay. I like relay it back to Garrett.
Oh my god.
Because I know that he just forgot it because she said that he would, so.
I'm just kind of like, right, is that why my head hurts? Oh.
Think about that.
Yeah, I was really excited as soon as I thought.
That's why you always have off-site backups.
Yes.
Backblaze.
Target. It's where you get the off-site backups.
If your off-site backups are hairbands, hair ties, hair.
So, Frey, Rowan, Officer Blackwood arrives again, and I've done what I can. I've looked through everything. I sent someone to go and fetch Miss Catsy.
So thank you very much. It'll be really nice to see that she's safe and sound and make sure that she's cared for.
Told her that it was Lewis and Marcus here to pick her.
Perfect.
Please come with me. She guides you both back out.
God, here's hoping Cass plays along.
Yeah. We follow.
You guys put a lot of faith in Cassie here.
The thing is that like even if she got it, we don't know at this moment that she would play along with us. And there's no guarantee that she understands what we're going
Your
for either.
relatives,
So
Marcus and Lewis, are here to pick you up. Like, am I high?
But you should have said Strieg.
You get his name on the database. That's good.
Yeah, he wouldn't appreciate that, I'm sure.
So, you guys make your way back to the lobby. Officer Blackwood escorting you. About a minute later, she sees someone and runs over to them. You can overhear her telling them to go and find the holding room that has Cassie in it and bring her out. And then she heads on over to another officer and says, in 3 or 4 hours, go and get the gentleman. And then she describes which room it's in.
Motherfucker.
I of course relay that back to Garrett too. Just like the tight bud.
Which I straight up follow with. I pass it back to him. Ah, motherfucker.
Yeah. It is so funny that like there was a moment there where I truly thought like we would come in completely convince the officer to let us leave with Cassie, but then Garrett would get arrested and then we'd have to do all this over again.
Oh. Fucking change outfits. Hi, I'm here for Mr. 4 now. Oh my god, what a mess.
I feel like Garrett played it pretty well. I feel like the apprentice information was doled out at the correct time so that he actually had some.
I think you guys did some good fishing then.
Yeah.
At the cost
Garrett,
of like 5 hours of Garrett's life at this point.
Yeah. He even figured out how they knew about the attack. I wasn't sure about that, so that's nice.
With that, a minute later, Cassie comes out, walking with an officer, and she just... I'm not exactly sure why I had to sleep here. I know, but I'm totally safe, and I know no one's going to attack me, and... hi, Marcus, Lewis! What's going on?
Hey, Cassie, it's so good to see you. I run up and hug her.
I'm so glad you're safe.
Yes, of course, Mark.
Frey pats Rohan on the shoulder and says, Marcus was so worried.
Yeah, of course he was. You were always so worried about me, Marcus. And she gives you a hug and whispers in your ear, what are we doing?
Getting you out. Let's go.
Come
on,
And
Cassie.
she turns and it was so much fun, and I appreciate everything that the office has done to help me, and I'm sure I'm going to be safe. I'll be fine with them, and you can see the relief on the faces of some of these officers that she's leaving. And so Marcus, Lewis, and Cassie make their way out into the night.
Yeah. We shuffle her out as quickly as possible.
I like that I get to torture Garrett and he gets to know about it. I forgot about that very convenient fact. Alright. Once you guys are outside and, halfway down the block or whatever.
Yeah.
Garrett's just happy that she's getting out. He's willing to put up with staring at a wall for a couple hours. He was in the military, remember? This is normal.
Yeah. Let's take some nap.
What exactly is going on? And, who are you?
Oh, I guess she hasn't met... Has she met Frey? No, she hasn't.
She did
what's that
wake
when
up
Frey
to
spilled
Frey
acid on her?
spilling acid on her.
Yeah.
Yes.
And yes, she does have a scar.
Yikes.
Frey,
Is it bad?
It looks like it's like a blotch of like imagine if like white skin that looks like it never got sun in its life on her chin.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I know that like weird rubbery skin you get when you get like a bad burn. Gross. Okay. yeah, I drop like, my glamour, and then I turn to Frey, and I'm like, this is Frey, Cassie.
Why did I wake up to you pouring something on my face?
I'm sorry. That was an accident. I was trying to wake you up. We couldn't wake you up.
No, that was part of the plan. Ask about, and at this point she turns to Ron. Didn't even try and ask. I had a plan. It was helping me understand exactly what was happening to me. These visions I have, and words and things places I have to go. I don't understand how or why.
I know. I'm really sorry. I thought we were doing the right thing. They
Don't get me wrong.
let us.
He was fucking crazy. I don't think he wasn't crazy, but he genuinely seemed to want to help me.
Okay.
I'm sure he was into some weird shit. I'm sure he was into some weird... Did you see how many books? No normal person has that many books.
I think I laugh at that, and I'm like,
That was my chance, Rowan. That was my chance
I know.
to finally figure something out.
I do have all of the books that list the potions he was using to help you and stuff. Maybe we can try it again on our own. I did see some notes in there that said that potion that he used was designed to put you to sleep for a month. So, you had a broken foot a really badly injured ankle, and you left without really saying anything. And
Yes, he can heal people. He has weird, creepy blood magic that healed me.
that's fine, but you didn't think that you should at least mention that you were leaving? Like, of course we thought that...
He didn't give me an option. He said, do you want to go? Do you want to understand this? I said, yes. He whisked me away using magic, and I was all of a sudden in his study.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I definitely... My plan wasn't to attack him at that time.
Your plan wasn't to attack him. You shot him in the back.
Well, he started doing blood magic. It was, at that point,
You broke into
my
his
goal...
house.
Yeah, I know. We were trying to see if you were safe so that then we could come back and rescue you if we needed to. But then he heard me because he's a magician. And look, clearly it wasn't the most well thought out plan, but we were worried about you.
I'm not mad. But I have no point.
I'm mad at myself.
I still need to get to Artificial.
Yes, we will do that. In fact, I think we have to leave the city now.
What did I miss?
Right
I was
here.
going for like a day. I was going for like a day. What did I miss? Okay. At this point, she's normally very carefree. She's very stressed. She turns back to Frey. I'm just like, who?
Frey looks at her, says, I'm a friend. My name's Frey. I know, so much has happened, but we do need to leave tonight. Myself included, it's all very sudden.
I think I turn to her at this point and I say, I'm, and I sort of am like glancing sideways at Frey, and I'm like, I'm not even sure if he knows it yet, but I think he has some similar abilities to what you have, and okay, let me go back a minute. Garrett and Molly and I, we played some, we gambled a little bit a few days ago. There were some bars, and a crime family here, the Morettis, took issue with that. We paid them some money as they requested to, their cut, as they said, to sort of drop the issue, but it sounds like they took personal insult to the fact that we didn't pay enough, or that we did this in the first place. Frey here was working as a messenger, not in general, but in this occasion he was working as a messenger for the Cardwin family, and which is a different...
Frey actually is going to cut in and say, there was no Cardwin family. It was always the Morettis.
What?
Fucking knew it.
At this point, I grab Cassie and like
like I was standing side by side with Frey facing Cassie. Now I like grab Cassie's arm and turn and like back away a little. And now like it's Cassie and me looking sideways and standing side by side looking at Frey like,
I'm sorry, wait a minute. You went and tried to kill a man who was trying to help me. It was a little suspect. And then you were doing it working with a man who was trying to help you but was actually really suspect.
this is a fair point. You know what? I think this you should be flattered because clearly that means I care more about your safety than about my own.
Clearly it means I should be killing him. And she motions to you very dismissively for a... And then she
Right.
turns to you. I truly appreciate the meaningful help that you tried to make, and I assure you I could not kill you if I wanted to.
I turn to Frey and I'm like, can you please explain? Where were we going then? What was happening? What's going on?
They're thinking, and why did you change your mind?
Yeah.
Sorry, did someone ask him why he changed his mind, or was that?
Sorry, that was I must have cut out.
Garrett screaming in the walkie-talkie
yeah, in my
right
ear.
now.
Yeah, sorry, I was in the other room making more tea.
I think you do literally like hear me say like what's going on? Please explain, and then like look up for a second, like as if I'm listening, and then like, and yeah, hey, why did you change your mind? Like clearly relaying what Garrett has just said.
Like I said before, I don't do this thing, but when someone like the Moretti's come around and they ask you for a favor, and when you're in the kind of position that I'm in, you don't say no, but usually I don't know what's going to happen. They just ask me to get you to a place in the night, and within the next few nights, and then when we were actually going there and walking there, and I don't know, I had a flash. I saw just blood, so much blood, and I don't want any of that. And
Then
I
why'd
am
you do
sorry.
it? Why would you drag someone there if you don't want them to die, if that's what you know what's gonna happen?
You didn't know what was going to happen. I don't ask. They don't tell me.
You know, not to criticize the Morettis on purely logistical reasoning here, but this is a very convoluted story to tell to somebody who already offered to come meet them and help them with things. Why did they invent a whole nother crime family? I parted with them saying, please let me know if I can help you with anything else. I gave them my name.
And Garrett does say thinks it did seem odd that we were supposed to be meeting this other crime family at a location that the Morettis were either operating out of. So either A, the Morettis were operating out of this other family's turf, or this other family was operating out of their turf. And I think I mentioned that last session.
You sure did, absolutely.
I
Yes.
just say it might have been
even more reason. I also relay this. I'm like, even more logistical issues with the Moretti family's plan.
Yeah, out of character, I did not know that was the Moretti's turf. If I'd known that, I probably would have tried to come up with a different cover story.
Well, that's what they jumped on.
But yeah.
Okay, well, I guess I was feeling grateful that you protected us from danger, but you also are the one who put us into danger, so I guess it's kind of a wash. But
Cassie looks at you like her head's going to explode. What? That's not how that works. If I point a gun at you, and then I take the gun away, I still pointed a gun at you. Do you remember why I felt
Cassie,
really guilty because I risked your life?
Garrett's thinking, cough, cough, Molly.
She's literally trying to say that. You remember why I risked your lives? I felt really bad about it because of the thing with Molly and Jack.
Yeah, I mean, I was just gonna say that. Okay, you know what? It's fine. There's no need for recriminations here. Clearly, Frey didn't know what was gonna happen, and I think we can't punish somebody for
Who's the other earring?
ignorance. Garrett does.
Oh.
who is, I don't know if I mentioned this, but he's trapped in the prison right now. I mean, he'll be out in a
He
few
got
hours.
arrested.
No, he didn't. The officer's just giving him a hard time.
Wait,
He'll
so
be
why
out
do we
in a
have to
couple
leave?
hours.
I was gone for like 2 days.
We have to leave because Frey here saw a bunch of blood, and we now think the Morettis are out to get us. There you go. Frey said that we should leave immediately, as fast as we can, and that he would also like to leave immediately as fast as he can. So, I feel that my judgment personally hasn't been doing very well recently, so I felt like I should defer to the people who have magical visions.
Where's Streak?
He's at the hotel, at the Anchor and Helm. He was looking for you there. We asked him to come, but he said that the NSO is the last place.
You go to kill someone. You don't bring him. How many times has he already saved your life? You don't even bring him with you when you kill someone, and then when you want to bring me out of jail or whatever, you also don't bring him.
We brought him.
We asked him to come, but he said that he didn't want to. Not because of you, but because the NSO is not where he wants to be.
And we brought him to Vossarion's. Garrett relays that, and we brought him to Vossarion's. And
Yes.
also, Beck said the same thing about she's only been gone for 2 days, and we're already all in this deep shit.
Look, life moves real fast. Yeah, I relay everything you're saying. But
Life moves real.
Except the last part. Don't relay the last part. That was a you and me thought. That was.
no, I don't process that. I just relay everything you say as it's coming in.
I have to stay. Ron, I have to stay.
Do you want to stay because of Vossarion?
No, I have to stay.
Okay.
I have to stay until the next full moon.
Okay. That's fairly specific. How long until the next full moon?
Well, she motions up at the sky. There's no moon now, so
Month.
a couple
Not a
of
month.
weeks.
A couple weeks. Okay. Well, Bray, it looks like Cassie needs to stay.
I'm not asking you to. If you're in danger, go. I will have a ship. I will get caught up.
I think the least I owe you is staying and making sure you're safe if I can.
Can she try to meet us? Can she try to ask her if she can try to meet us at Fortuna's Soul?
I mean, no one's after her. We're the ones with a gang after us.
Because if it's gonna take a couple of weeks that she has to stay there, by that time, assuming we don't run into any more complications, I feel that we would probably be in Fortuna's Soul. Would that be correct, Robert?
I was here to Fortuna's Soul is about a week and a half. Or I'm sorry,
Okay.
about a week, 7.5 days. 8 days at the long.
Okay. Because Fortuna's Soul would be the last big city before we get to Artaviste.
Yep.
Correct? So maybe we could plan to meet in Fortuna's Soul.
But technically, there's also Milo Harbor, which is accessible by boat.
Where's Milo Harbor?
It's at the far north part of the Astrian Sea.
And I assume you don't know why you need to be here until the full moon?
Oh yeah, okay, so she could come through Milo Harbor and then
She
from there
shrugs.
too.
You said. She motions to Frey. He knows, so if he knows, then he can tell me.
Bray, do you know?
What about the full moon?
Why do I have to stay here? Why do these things happen to me?
I don't know. I don't have those answers. Why do you think you need to stay until a full moon?
Because I thought about it, and I get these thoughts where I have to do something. Because if I don't, something awful happens. I don't know what. Sometimes if I don't do something, or I do, then something bad happens.
I think I'm sort of watching Frey at this because I'm definitely remembering not just the blood thing, but also in the alley that he like touched the wall and then knew what the password was. You know, so like clearly he has some abilities also that he can just know things somehow. So I think I'm watching him to see like what his reaction is to this, because it kind of seems like from his reaction to the blood thing and now that he maybe doesn't know.
Frey definitely looks a little uneasy, looking away from her a moment, and says, I mean, I don't really know either. I know that I've been feeling strange things lately, but, if it helps, I could try and give you a reading. Maybe it will show something.
She like claps her hands excitedly. Okay, but not here because I don't like the smell of dead fish. So how about we go back to the Anchored Helm and I'll put it on the Ralaquan account. We'll have dinner. It'll be not shitty, and we can. She pauses for a second. You know what? No, we're not going to deal with the Ralaquan account. We're not going to do. Well, we will, but we're not going to deal with. And Frey, you're getting the vibe. This is how she is. Like, this is how she is. All.
Okay.
This is actually her being relatively self-possessed.
Yeah, like this is her at normal. Like she's starting to.
Plan. This is more than usual.
Frey will.
How about we go to the Duke's Dining? You would know that is like one of the nicest places in the city to eat.
Frey will. Yes, we can certainly go there. I should definitely, if we'll be leaving soon, I need to, well, grab what belongings I can before we leave. What if I go do that first? Meet you at the what was the name of the restaurant?
Duke's Dining.
I can meet you at the Duke's Dining, and after we eat, after we settle, after we collect our thoughts, and I could give you a reading.
Sounds incredible. How about we all meet at the Anchored Helm? Thanks for a second. And then we'll go to the Duke's Dining together. But that good?
I think Strieg was going to meet us near Vossarion's study. So
Oh good. That's right. That's just where I want to go.
Look, we thought we might have to go in there and save you again, so we told him to meet us there so that we could take him.
The first time.
I know.
Then why
Look,
do you have to save me again?
You know what I mean, okay?
I know what you mean, Rowan. You're just so. She just kind of like pats you on the head. I'm not mad, and I still like you.
I just start crying. Just like, man, I'm not a very good person,
No, you're
and
a
I'm
good person.
finally
You
trying
just
to help people.
You did something for a good reason. You know.
No, but I mean that's what I mean is that I haven't been a very good person in the past, and I finally was trying to go out of my way to help someone, and it was a total fuck up. This is not.
At this point, she just kind of like gives you a very half-hearted, not half-hearted, but like a half-armed hug. Like still trying to like almost keep one eye on Frey. Not quite, but slightly. Just like, hey there. It's okay, Ron. You know what they say, the means always justify the ends. Something like that.
That's not at all what they say, but that's
It's the
fine.
same thing, okay? You know what I mean.
Sure. Let's go. We'll go catch up with Strieg. Frey, you should go grab your belongings and stuff, and then we'll meet at the Duke's Dining.
All right.
Or I guess, yeah.
Yes, I'll meet you there.
Cool.
Someone get Molly.
Yeah. We'll go do that, I guess.
Oh my god, Garrett's not gonna get to eat. He's gonna be stuck in jail.
I'll just be in his ear telling him, like, man, you should really try this. This is fucking delicious.
Good thing I had that pot pie before we started this.
No, I think we'll probably wait until he's out or something. I don't know. I mean, it
4
sounds like it'll be a few
hours?
hours. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. I'll bring him something to go.
Because high-end dining places are known for their food. So.
Of course, they do the little foil swans.
Yes,
So,
absolutely.
with that, where's everybody going?
We're gonna catch up with Streak outside of Vossarion's first.
And
getting
Garrett
out
is
first.
going nowhere.
and Frey is going to split with them for a little bit to go fetch his belongings at the place he's currently staying, which I imagine is a nice little like townhouse that his latest patron has put him up in the nice side of the city. And he's also gonna go and like look for wherever he can go to like catch like a carriage or something. He's not gonna walk all the way there.
Oh, sounds good.
Oh, as we're walking, I also fill Cassian and all the Molly stuff. Yeah.
So what are we supposed to do?
I don't know. I don't really think I'm in a position to be making moral judgments about her. She's
So should we
trying
just
to
give her more
help.
money? You think if I give her more money or less money would help?
Don't give her more money. Don't give her more money until we know what she's gonna spend it on. Because if she's gonna spend it the way she spent the last money, she shouldn't have more money. Now that you're safe and I mean now that you're safe and out of prison or whatever, and we're all gonna be meeting up with each other, we can brainstorm with her about what she's gonna do. It kind of sounds like she might want to stay too, so we'll have to see what we're doing. But I don't know. I don't really think I have much ability to tell Molly what to do, so all we can do is try to redirect her energy towards something productive.
Or you could just find someone who's helping her and then kill them. She gives a little smile and then, I'm sorry, that was a little mean.
Touche.
No,
You deserve that
Touche.
one. I won't do it again. I promise.
No, I like chuckle a little bit too. Like, it's good. That was a good one.
So, with that, for the sake of my sanity, if everyone would please move their things where they're going.
Yeah.
So I know, I think I know, I already know where Frey's going. I will take care of that one.
Okay, cool. 'Cause I don't know.
Garrett's just hamming up how bad the headache feels, like he's being a little pissy noble person. Even though it probably doesn't hurt as bad. His ribs probably hurt more.
Rowan and lost it. I zoomed too far out and
I don't think it's on here, or at least not that I can see it.
Yeah, I don't see it.
no, I had it hidden.
We can't
Ah.
see you.
Oh, did we say we were going to meet at the Mercantile Square? I forget.
You did. I said I was not going anywhere near that alley.
Sure, yeah. Okay, we'll meet at the Mercantile Square then, I mean.
Oh, right. Yeah.
I don't know what happened to Cassie. Oh well, she's with Rowan.
Yeah.
Alright, so Streak, you, oh, found it. It's right next to the Mercantile Square, actually. Look at that.
Amazing.
So, with that, Streak, you wait around, keep your eyes peeled, and eventually find Rowan returning with Cassie. Whether or not you think Frey and Garrett for Cassie is a good trade is up to you.
I just like stay silent. I assume Cassie's gonna have some big reaction.
Cassie just kind of like awkwardly looks at you and I'm sorry I didn't say anything when I left. I wasn't given a lot of a chance. Are you mad at me?
No.
Good, because we still need to get to Artificial together. And she comes up and gives you just a big hug. All right?
Yep, there it is. Okay, where are we going now?
Okay, so we're gonna be going to a really nice fine dining place. We're gonna need to get dressed up for it. We need to all look really good for it.
Absolutely not.
No, we're gonna.
No.
I immediately glamour myself into something like. I glamour myself specifically into the clothes that Strieg was wearing the other day.
Huh?
No.
Knowing what you're thinking, Garrett's like, oh, come on, Rohan. You can't wear the same outfit. He only has the one.
Okay, fine. I just changed the colors. Like it's the exact same thing, but like
Palette swap.
yeah.
Uh,
What was his thing originally? It was like silver and yellow or something.
it was streaks?
Yeah, Striegs.
Yeah, it was mostly silver.
Okay, mine will be mostly black, I guess.
Okay. Ooh.
Yeah.
Ooh.
It did have gold filigree, so black with the gold would look.
Oh.
Yeah.
Fucking
Nice.
Gothic Rowan now.
Yeah.
Going to a gothic
Really leaning
wedding.
into his sad boy
And
aesthetic.
Cassie like puts an arm around Rowan and then puts an arm around Streak and like looks at you, Streak. Hi.
Don't we need to get Molly?
Yeah, I'll go do that.
That's great. That gives us time to get changed.
Yeah, you guys can go change.
Oh, shoot. About Molly. If there's anything open this late that would be willing to fit her. And what if she just tried to kill them? Okay, Streak, we won't dress up. How about that? Still willing to go?
I think I'm like visibly a little disappointed. Like, man, I missed out on this party, and now I don't get to dress up for this either. Okay, fine.
Fortunately, Cassie's back is to you, and she.
I know.
I genuinely missed what you said, Robert. What did you say?
So, well, what if we don't dress up? Because since Molly can't, we're not gonna be able to find anyone for it, and we can at least go. We can all still go. It's good food.
I think we don't. Yeah, not dressing up. We don't want
Plus-
attention.
Frey's going to tell me my future and how to understand it because I really don't right now. Because apparently he knows everything.
Great. Yeah. Okay. Let's go get. Where's Garrett?
Oh, he's in jail.
He's not. I mean, he is literally in the jail, but he's not in jail. He's just. They took him in for questioning, and the officer is fucking with them a little. It's fine. He'll be out in a couple hours.
He's in jail, but he's not in jail, and the officer is fucking him?
Not fucking him, fucking with him. He is in the jail, as in he is physically in the building known as the jail, but
Just
he is
tell him it's
not.
rich people things.
I feel like
Rich people
Cassie.
things.
Technically speaking, Streak, he's also inside of Rowan's head.
Yes, I do relay that Garrett said this, but I'm just like, I think the officer doesn't like rich people, and Garrett was dressed up as a rich person for the sake of, disguise.
And I was being super obnoxious.
Yes, also for the sake of disguise. So,
It's like a disgust.
so the officer is punishing him for being a jerk, but he'll be out. He's not arrested or anything.
Okay, great. So, are we still leaving tonight? Is that still a thing we're gonna do?
Well,
Get out of town?
I'm not. You can stay
Cassie
with
says she
me.
needs to stay until the full moon.
No, you can't stay
You.
with her. You're my dog. Apparently, she kind of leans in. Apparently, Frey thinks you're gonna die if you stay.
Yeah, I've heard. Oh boy. Let's walk. Let's go
What if
get
I say
Molly.
you're gonna die unless you get dressed up?
I feel like you're lying to me.
I like glamour instantly back to the dress, back to the fancy dress. I'm like, huh? Huh?
I'm already walking. I'm walking towards the rusty iron tankard.
Aw.
She runs after you and just excitedly, it's gonna be our last night for a while, and we're gonna meet up probably in Fortuny Soul, so we'll be getting back together there. I'm gonna stay here for a while, and I'll be taking a boat there. You'll probably have to wait for me, okay?
To Fortuny Soul?
Yes.
There are other places we can meet up. We can meet up in other places.
Well, I'm sure there are, but that's where we need to meet up.
No.
Well, we
no.
can't just go around it. It's a big city.
We can sure pass through it pretty darn fast.
At this point, she's like frustrated, and she like walks to the other side and just like shoulders you, Rohan, and just like shoulders you into Streak so you can start arguing on her behalf.
Why do you not want to go to Fortune and Soul?
It's a shitty city. Why do you want to go to Fortuny Soul?
I mean, it's just a place we pass through while traveling, and it's a good place to meet up with Cassie.
Also,
it's a big city, so there'll be a lot of people going there. It'll be easy for Cassie to catch a ship or whatever and meet us there.
It's a very good place to pass through.
Sure. I mean, we don't have to stay for very long, but
It's like a week.
Fuck. Fuck, there's money on my head there, okay?
What?
I can't.
I like Ron just has his eyebrows raised.
Is it on your head here?
I don't know. It might be.
She kind of whispers something to you, Rowan. She's that. She goes over to Shriek's other side and puts a copper coin on his head and gives you a thumbs up.
I start giggling. Like that is
tilt
very funny.
I tilt my head forward so that the coin just falls. I do catch it and pocket it.
Why? You know, I don't want to make you share things you don't want to share, but also, I think, Streak, we don't know as much about you as we would like, and the fact that you have money on your head there suggests that there may be more to your story than you're telling us.
Why the
Would you
fuck
like
do you
to?
think there's money on my head, Rohan?
I'm guessing the crossbows aren't purely decorative. Can we finally stipulate to that? Can we finally agree that you're fucking good with crossbows?
Sure, whatever you want.
All right, thank you. All right, well, look, I have no intention of getting caught by the law anywhere, so I don't think it really matters if we're there or not. I'm not gonna let us get caught. It's up to you. I guess we could find somewhere else, but it sounds like Cassie insists on. Cassie thinks it has to be Fortuny Soul.
It doesn't have to. I just like shopping there sometimes. Or she pauses for a second. Need to shop. I've never been there. And she gets that concerned look on her face. Something I have to buy.
And you can't buy somewhere else.
I don't know, Rowan. Apparently not.
Hey, I'm just asking.
I don't know.
Look, I'm trying to balance you saying we have to go there versus Streak saying he's gonna get killed there. So, cut me a break, okay?
But what if I need to? What if?
Strieg, I think we can keep you safe there. I think it might still be a good idea for us to go there, but it's up to you.
I mean, Garrett's thinking, alternatively, if for whatever reason we can't, and we could always meet at like Hollow Bridge. It's just northeast of Fortuna Sol. It would put us outside of the city, and it would be easy enough for us to either meet Cass in Fortuna Sol if any of us needed to, or it wouldn't be too much farther for her to meet us.
Sure. Yeah, that works.
I just think it would probably be better for me to not be anywhere near Fortuny Soul. That's all I'm saying.
Well, we're gonna have to go past it to get to Artiviste. That there's no overland option that doesn't take us within vicinity of it.
Yes, and
unless
we will go past it very quickly.
we're going through Rayclow.
Veto. I'm not doing that.
Oh, so Rohan can veto that, but I can't veto Fortuny Soul?
Well, going through Rayclaw would be out of our way to begin with.
I feel like it being out of your way is like reason number 17 on the priority list for reasons you don't want to go into Rayclow.
I mean, it is
yes.
Rayclow.
Whatever,
Well,
fine. Which
I think
I can't stay there. I cannot stay there.
Okay.
I think we can make a final decision as to how we handle it when we get close there. Worst case scenario, we can go around it, leave a letter at a specific location for Cass to find, letting her know how to get a hold of us or where to meet us at a secondary location. Again, I'm not there. I'm relaying all this through Rohan.
Yeah. You can assume that I'm just speaking for Garrett and saying everything he says. I do a little bit of a voice so that you know that I'm speaking as Garrett. We can go around it and leave a letter there or whatever.
We're doing
I
a
do want to
derpy
make
voice.
it clear that every time you do the voice, because I have no idea what's going on with Garrett in your head, I'm just like, what the fuck is he doing? Why is he doing
Rowan's
that
got
voice?
character.
I'm speaking for Garrett. I'm speaking as Garrett here. He's
Okay.
speaking to me in my
I
head.
think we've been over this. Yeah, Garrett is in Rowan's head.
Molly says I'm the weird one.
Everybody here is weird. All right. I don't think there is one normal person in this group.
Garrett's pretty normal.
Garrett's pretty normal.
Would have said the same thing about Frey, but it turns out you guys killed. And
He was? I knew it was a trap.
Oh yeah. We
I
forgot to
knew
mention. Yeah, it turns out there was no Carterin family. It was always the Morettis. So there's that. But he didn't know that. He didn't know what we were being brought there for, and he did warn us once he thought that it was for something bad. So.
Yeah, I guess.
Well, you know what? I'm gonna go grab Molly. We'll meet up at dinner. We'll decide what exactly we're gonna do. Yeah, I'll meet you guys there.
So, for the sake of narrative ease,
Yes.
Garrett, you are let go shortly after that. Mr. 4 now. They treat you with the officer who lets you go is very I also forgot to mention, but of course, Ron, when they let you go, they took off the no Casti magic.
Good. Perfect.
But
they're very much looking down on
they're
Mr.
treating you
Fornow
as lowly as they possibly.
And in true noble fashion, Garrett is doing his best to ignore them while also complaining about his headache.
As you
and-
are getting ready to leave, one of the officers have like, oh, Mrs. Officer Blackwood, needed you to fill this out if you could, please, and holds a parchment out. All it has is like a signature line.
Is there anything written on it? It's just blank with the signature line?
No, it essentially is just a couple of lines saying that they didn't steal anything from you and you're walking in with everything you walked out, or walking out with everything you walked in.
Rolling my eyes, I give it a quick scribble.
He starts to like, he hands you the thing and starts to like hold up an inkwell for you to dip the pen in.
Yeah.
Well, and as he and like throws it, and the ink just gets all over your shirt. I'm so very sorry, Mr. Fornow. Oh, I'm so sorry. I suppose I shouldn't be working in these conditions. I'm so sorry. Don't worry about filling this out. Just we won't speak of this again. Right? Apologies for the inconvenience.
Garrett's thinking, oh, that motherfucker. Yes, indeed. And just storms out.
It was very obvious that was intended.
Oh yeah, he knows. This is real artificial silk, and oh my.
Truly, how naive I am. Until you said that, I was like, wow, what a delightful like character quirk that this guy is sick for no reason. Just like completely unrelated to the plot and everything that's happening. This guy is sick and threw some ink on Garrett. Wow.
Yeah, no, it was fully intentional. Just last. Are we getting dressed up or not for this? Is what Garrett's thinking.
No.
Where are we still going to the same
Yes,
Admiral
the Duke's
Benbow
Dining.
Inn or whatever?
Duke's Dining.
Duke's Dining. Okay. Garrett finds somewhere to change and very carefully blots up the ink as best he can and changes back into his traveling clothes. Before making his way over.
Yep. Yeah, I'm gonna go grab Molly and then head over there myself.
So, you get Molly, and she just kind of gives you this look. You have coin to borrow, please?
Or what?
I'm out.
Is this for the food we're about to go get?
No? You said that Cassie is taken care of.
Yes. I'm just, Look, I don't want to give you the coin if you're going to use it for the same thing you were using it for. Because we agreed that we would brainstorm some ways that we could help
You're
more
leaving.
constructively, right? Sorry?
But you're leaving.
Yeah, probably. We're gonna. Yeah, okay. Let's talk about it with the others at dinner. Okay, we'll
Okay, yes.
we'll see if what we can do. All right. Well, yeah, I bring her with me.
Alright, which makes everyone end up Duke dining and turning.
Where is that in relation to the Mercantile Square?
Oh, it's in central Alcir.
As everyone flies there,
Oh,
Dirk's Dining and Tourney.
Yeah.
Do we get to watch people like? Oh my god, is this like medieval whatever?
Like the Parthenon or whatever, the Colosseum.
No, I meant like that
Medieval
restaurant that people go
times.
to, medieval times, and they have like jousting and stuff.
They do,
in their...
but it's very much more prestigious than that. Like it's
so
more
it's like rich people
betting,
medieval times.
Yeah, you're betting on genuine knights with records. It's like horse racing, but with knights. They have
It's like when rich people bet on fight clubs or whatever.
Yeah, essentially. But it's very like respectable. Like the people who fight here are like known to be very good, and like that's their job, is to be these great fighters. They'll have records like, you know, oh, well, so and so is really good at this event, but not so good at this event. And Sir Patrick is a great jouster, but you take him off that horse and he's gonna fall. That sort of thing.
Okay.
Only a couple of people have ever died.
Okay.
You all arrive. Frey, were you going to be arriving first or last or what?
I feel like Frey would probably be arriving last because he does not know how to pack for fleeing the city.
Oh, he's gonna be fashionably late.
Yeah, so I think he is actually going to try and have like a he's going to arrive in a carriage and ask someone to help him like haul his trunk out.
Oh my god.
Cassie looks to Strieg. Molly volunteers.
Thank you. You can set it somewhere off to the side, and obviously we'll have to make travel arrangements.
She kind of like helps with pulling this large trunk, and like immediately once it's out, she just kind of like drops it onto the ground.
Careful if you would.
She just looks a little. What?
Well, I had to pack my things.
Clothing will not break.
Well, it's all very, very delicate, and you know, there's more than clothing in there.
I'm assuming Garrett's there by this time. If Frey's the last one,
I'm imagining everyone else kind of.
Yeah.
Here.
How are you planning on carrying that?
Obviously, we have a carriage or something of the sort.
No.
Yeah, we have a carriage. It's called our feet.
Really, you expect to just
I
walk?
suggest you do your best to convert as much of that to coin as you can.
Frey looks down at his trunk, looking very lost. All of a sudden. I mean, of course I'm sure I could sell things, a few odds and ends. Well, dinner first. I'll figure it out.
Cassie just excitedly yes, dinner first. And no one's going to question us, even though we're not dressed up, because someone didn't want to. She looks pointedly at Strieg.
Strieg looks pointedly at Molly.
Frey looks at his trunk and says, I do have several options that'd be quite appropriate for here.
Nope, we should go eat. Let's go. Right now. We need to hurry.
Question: how similar in build and stature are Strieg and Frey?
Well, Frey is like 5'8", and he's very, very slender.
They're pretty goddamn similar. Strieg is similar height, but probably thinner.
They can share clothes.
I
As Frey says, like, I have several options. I definitely look at Cassian Streak and like like I snap my fingers and I'm back in the like black and gold clothes.
My nice clothes have ink all over them. Thanks to a very
All right.
childish officer of the law.
I drop it again. Fine. All I want to do is dress up. Nobody lets me dress. I'm a fucking illusionist. I can magically make myself have fancy clothes, and I can't wear it anywhere.
I mean, you can. No one's saying
dress
you
up
can't.
whenever you
I'll
want.
say you.
No, I don't want to be that guy.
Are you
The guy who
dressed up?
dressed up while everybody else is in dirty clothes.
Frey is not in dirty clothes. Frey is dressed up, but he dresses like this every day.
How dressed up is Frey?
Frey has a rather ostentatious style of dress. So very colorful, expensive fabrics, like very well tailored. Like he's not wearing like, a full like suit, but it's obviously very very high end.
Okay, I think I match that then. Like, I don't think I'm in like formal wear necessarily. Like, I think I was aiming for it, but I think I am like, like I'm in pretty nice clothes, and it is that same like black and gold color scheme.
Did Garrett change, or is he in his very nice, now ink-covered suit?
Garrett had changed out of the ink-stained suit on the way back, but if we need to change back into it, Garrett can. He's got the clothing kind of not bundled, but like folded between other clothes to try to like soak the ink out of it.
It sounds like Molly and Cassian Streak aren't dressing up, so
Cassie's
you're
in
probably
nice
fine.
clothes, but definitely not super fancy. Like, seeing a couple of the people entering, you guys are probably going to be underdressed, but not insanely so, except maybe Streak and Molly.
Fine, can we just get this over with?
Is it a fine we're dressing up fine, or a...
So,
No, it's-
you guys
That's
enter...
just the let's walk in fine.
Yes.
Okay.
You guys enter, and, Frey, you would know this, but I will give the summary to everyone else. The Duke's Dining and Tourney consists of... There are 3 events, all of which are one-on-one. Occasionally, they have group things, but people are more likely to get severely injured in group things. So, for the most part, they do one-on-one stuff. There's traditional one-on-one, which is going to be your, each of the knights picks a weapon and goes at it till one of them surrenders or goes down. There's jousting, traditional jousting. And then there's ring elimination, which is kind of like if knights sumo wrestled. They still get a weapon, but it's not about getting knocked down. It's about getting knocked out of a ring drawn in the sand. Oh, and you better know I have a fuck ton of stats in this place. Oh, I'm excited. So, as you guys enter, you are quickly taken to a banquet table that seems like it has what amounts to complimentary appetizers. You can see what looks like a warm pre-sliced bread that is just laying out, still slightly steaming, and then next to it is what looks like a bowl of melted cheese. The cheese looks like a thick white, not quite bubbling, but very hot.
Ooh, fondue.
Ooh, fondue in... This is very loud. And as you continue on, you can see that there is a lot of other just displays of just nice, basic food. There's bread. There's small little, what look like tiny little one-person cakes. It looks like bread with sugar and then something else dusted on top. Some of them have what looks like candied fruits on them. All of it seems to be complimentary. People are just walking up and eating. And then you head on further, and you can see there are a few open tables, but and it seems like you like go upstairs, and it kind of has what amounts to like a 3/4 round dining area with 2 levels on it that all look down, where you can currently see there are, in fact, 2 knights fighting.
Is this like a seat yourself situation, or
Sorry, I was I was double checking, like I was moving my notes. As you begin to approach, there is a gentleman who arrives and just, how many in your party this evening? I says.
6, please. That's right, 6, right?
Seems like it, yeah. I hope it's 6. Well, we do have a table for 6. We can, please, right this way. And
You keep saying things that make me feel like we're about to fight, and I don't like it.
what do you mean?
I don't know. You're like, I hope there's 6, which to me really sounds like I definitely tuned this upcoming combat for 6 people, so.
See, here's the thing, though. I have to say stuff like that because if I say it all the time, it doesn't stick out when I need to say it for different reasons.
Sure.
And as you continue on into the... He guides you over where there is a round table with 8 chairs. So, you know, he pulls 2 of them out. You guys can separate however you wish. However you guys want to be seated. You know, seat yourselves around the icon here in whatever way you wish.
I think Frey would sit near Cassie.
Cassie is going to be sitting near Streeg, of course, so
Yeah, I
that
figured
takes
I wouldn't get
those
much choice.
3.
I think I sit next to Molly.
Sit next to Molly. Molly is... Okay. I guess that's how you guys are gonna have it then, huh?
I guess that's correct.
Circular for my happiness. There we go. So, as you guys sit down here at this very, like, it's very open, and they just... Will you be doing a full meal this evening, or just the wine and drinks?
I just look at Cassie.
We'll be doing a full meal. What is it? And she, like, excitedly, like, bats her eyes a bit, and he... Tonight, it is a honey-roasted ham. And then, for the additionals, it is a very fine... And he kind of pauses for a second, like, as if building it up. A very fine, freshly cooked lobster with additional butter. We have an imported recipe of a certain kind of long loaf bread that comes with a cinnamon butter melted on top, additional melted butter upon request for dipping. And we will be having, beyond that, our famous potatoes and a very strong seasonal salad. If there are any additionals you would like, we will also be providing a bottle of a local winery. Do you have a preference on red or white? He looks to the table.
White is fine.
White.
I'd prefer
for red, please.
A bottle of each, then. And he just looks. He looks for a second, but then just heads off as if accepting of this additional payment. And be right back. I have to let him know what's in it. And she, Cassie, immediately just runs up and off to mention the account. And then I mean, if there's anything you guys want to talk about while Cassie's gone.
No, just my IRL mouth is watering.
Yes.
Yeah, I
Honey
am.
ham
I'm
is.
I'm fasting right now because I'm supposed to be getting blood work in the morning.
Oh, no.
Oh no.
I will say the one gross thing in that was additional butter for dipping is I don't know that's
It's a cinnamon
appetizing.
butter.
It's cinnamon butter
I
for
thought
the
you
bread.
said melted butter.
Yeah, melted. It's
Yeah.
like melted cinnamon butter.
Yeah, for the bread,
Doesn't
which
sound
is totally not a
good.
baguette.
That doesn't sound. I don't know. Maybe I'm just.
There's a steakhouse near me that does it. That's where I got that from.
Yeah.
Huh.
Fucking to die for. I ate so much I nearly threw up on
Texas
my way home one
Roadhouse?
time.
Texas Roadhouse doesn't do melted. They
No, it
do
wasn't
the
Texas
the-
Roadhouse. It was
They do like whipped butter or something, which
Yeah,
is
they
really
do whipped
nice.
butter.
Yeah.
I don't remember the name of it. Cody's Roadhouse, I think.
Hmm.
Yeah.
They're kind of low. Anyway,
Mhm.
we're getting off topic. So,
Yes.
Cassie does come back and they said that it was expected. They mentioned that the account is able to be covered for Cascadia, so order whatever you want. All of you. Got a bottle of red and a bottle of white. Both of them, I made sure that they're importing something. I didn't want anything local. Only the best for what might be our last night together for a while. So, and she just kind of smiles. It's all imported from Vacania.
Amazing.
And at this
Sounds
point,
delicious.
you see a big cheer as the ring elimination finishes, and you see as Lady Bree Firecrest takes out Sir Roland.
Nice.
There's quite a bit of like arguing and some booing about that. It seems like Sir Roland is higher on the
Favorite?
rankings.
Oh, an upset.
Yeah, some people screaming about coin, things like that, and you then see that because there is like a railing where some people are leaning over and watching as well in between eating.
Mhm.
I'm gonna stay out of it tonight, but Rohan, I know you like a good bet or two. Are you gonna put anything down on this?
I prefer the kind I know I'll win.
Ah, fair enough.
My favorite part is I drew up it. This is like an entire minigame. I have like stats for all of these fucking knights. I have like their records. I have like what I'm rolling when they fight and all this other shit. It's
See, I keep thinking you're about to like push us into fighting them somehow. Okay. Are you gonna make
I'm
us join
assuming
the
they don't take
tournament?
random challengers.
God no, these are paid employees.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
Well, he did all this up so that if we wanted to really watch a fight or get in on a bet, he could go into a lot of
also, I
detail
just
on
love
it and
writing
roll
stupid
for it and
shit.
everything.
I'm like I just get an idea. As the first course, the foreign recipe long bread with the cinnamon butter arrives. Along with it comes 2 separate Vacanian, locally Vacanian wines.
Garrett inspects the labels. Would he recognize them?
Would he recognize them? Give me no. One of them is very popular.
The white or the red?
The red.
It's an 8.
Yeah, he recognizes them both. So the one that he recognizes the most is, there is a very popular one that is just outside of the city. After the Black Sun, especially once the wall was erected, It was the first one to essentially be recovered after the Black Sun. It is the Vignoble de Rêve, the Vineyard of Dreams, essentially. It is like, it's not the like niche bougie one, but it's the rich one that you buy when you want someone to know that you bought a lot of wine, like of expensive wine. If that makes sense. The other one you recognize as much smaller. It's the Chateau de Lumière. And that is a very northern wine outside, probably south of the Parade Estates somewhere. Way the hell out there. It's a recent one. This is apparently from their first batch. It is year 1641.
So this is their first batch?
One of, definitely.
One of. Gives a polite nod to the sommelier.
On anything else for you all as far as drinks for the time?
No, thank you.
We have mead, we have cider, rum. For the record, mead is probably the single most expensive drink in Minara.
Is honey?
Yeah. Yeah, bees aren't really... They're very... There's no fucking, like... No one's fucking farming bees right now.
Yeah. Of course, you need the bees to farm the other shit, but...
Yeah, they did not handle the Black Sun well. But if there's nothing else, then the table is yours for a while.
I let them know the white wines from a newer vinter, but they're pretty good. They're actually really good. The red wines much more common, but still very good. Either would be quite well with the would do quite well with the pork.
I think I look at Garrett a little bit like I don't know, like, oh, so like this is your world. To me, it's all just a wine, you know, like, okay, sure. But yeah, I say thanks. It's good to know.
Do you prefer a dry or a sweet?
I like the sweeter the better.
The sweeter the better. Then you're probably gonna like the red a little better. It's gonna be a one like this that you would serve with a pork. You want it to be juicier, fruitier.
Okay, I'll try the red then. Thank you.
Frey is already pouring himself a glass of red, but when he's done, he'll pass it along to Rowan.
Yeah. So
He's going to town on that bread.
yeah, absolutely.
It's a miracle Streak isn't like 300 pounds with the fact that all he does is eat and sleep at bars.
Yeah.
It's the nervous energy.
Yeah. So what is our first order of business? Frey and Cassie's reading, deciding what we're doing about travel plans, or we also need to talk
I want
about...
to see this reading.
Yeah, let's do that first. Frey, it's all you.
Oh, all right then. Well, we have a bit of time before the main course. But yeah, so he will turn towards Cassie, and he pulls out a deck of cards, each with a dark back to it, with a star and moon arrayed across it. And he starts shuffling them. Well, I simply lay them out and see what
they have to say. And for Robert's benefit, I'm gonna say he's gonna try and do a legit reading here, not stack the cards. So it's the full moon you wonder about.
Cassie gives just a nod and, like, she is full attention to you. Though, admittedly, her other hand does still have a glass of white wine that she is sipping on.
Well, basic then. And he will, he starts shuffling the cards. Very quick, very practiced movement. He's, obviously very, very experienced with this. And after a moment, he places them down on the table and looks at Cassie. Cut them into 3 piles if you would. And then stack them back up in whatever order you'd like.
I love that all of my audio reset when we moved over, and now I have to fix it all. She
Yay.
nods for a second, puts the glass of wine down, and she thinks real hard. She like closes her eyes, and then she quickly just slaps her hand, grabs, and puts it into 3 piles. Wait, can I change my mind?
What was that?
Can I change my mind? Am I allowed to move them?
He chuckles a little and says, "Hi, yeah, go ahead until it feels right."
If it never feels right.
And would you trust in me instead?
She purses her lips for a second and squints and... No. They're good. They're good how they are. I'm happy. Okay.
Alright, well then, let's begin. And he'll start laying out the cards one by one in a basic like cross formation, 3 going from top to bottom, and 3 going from left to right, so that 2 cards overlap each other in the center. And he is going to try and like read the symbolism of it. So I guess I'll say, what does it give me? Basically, he's trying to get a sense of what the cards say about her following these visions towards the moon, and where the cards intersect represents something that would be like a block, an obstruction, a complication, specifically.
She is looking with as much, like, she is focusing with everything she's got. She seems to believe that you are going to hold the answers that she has wanted for so long.
Do you want me to make this up, or?
It's up to you. However you want to do it.
I would like you to feed me something.
I'm sorry? You've been getting quieter over the course of like the last hour, I've noticed.
Oh, sorry. Oh no, like when he's doing a reading like this, like, you can give me what he gets.
Oh.
He's trying to do a legit reading like, you know, the symbolism of the cards.
Okay. In that case, give me 1 second to...
Sure.
I had a specific set I wanted to use, and I don't have it that I own. And I was going to, like, use those for reference, but I don't know where they are, so... Unfortunately, I don't know that much about how many do you need? Do you need 6?
It does, but for the purpose of this, I'm fine with just kind of like generalizing it instead of going card by card.
You lost me.
Like kind of summarizing what the overall results of the reading is.
Okay. Oh god. I've never this is the part where like I've never looked at, like, it's been so long since I don't remember a lot about it, so I feel bad. Like, I feel like I'm gonna fuck up something on your end by feeding you information that you don't want.
No, not at all. Like, I have no idea what's going on with Cassie, so I have, like, no idea what to even pull from for that.
Well, I will PM you what I can. How about that?
Okay.
And you can intonate from there.
Alright.
On what is drawn, etc. How is that? Can you work with it?
Oh, sorry, 1 second. I just stepped away from my desk to grab my own tarot cards.
I wish I knew where mine were. I feel bad.
Oh, no.
I bought like an actual copy for a NPC I used in a campaign like 3.5 years ago. And I don't know what happened to it.
Alright, 1 second. Let me read this.
We were doing so good that we train wrecked a bit. That's my bad, and I apologize. The session has been fucking going along.
Okay. So Frey flips over the cards one by one. A finger dragging lightly across each. Well, I can see here that you feel very trapped, very caught up. No control over what's going on about you. And he taps on one card in particular. This is the Eight of Swords. And it shows a woman tied up, blindfolded, surrounded by 8 swords driven into the ground. And feels if any which way you go, then well, you only find hurt, you only find confusion, that you are helpless to the forces of fate. But I don't see anything about what the moon specifically means, but it is an important next step, something that will draw you, something that will guide you. It's a light upon the path. If I were to advise anything, I think then yes, it's something worth waiting for.
And you can see, like, she is, like, her hands are, like, shaking nervously. She just kind of looks to Rowan and Strieg, and, like, just kind of meets eyes with everyone at the table, except for Molly, who's eating. I mean, I imagine Strieg is too, but Strieg is willing to look up from his food to look at Cassie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
At this point, Frey, if you'd please give me a charisma performance.
All right.
Or perform.
God damn.
Frey doesn't even need the good rolls, but he gets them anyway.
Yeah. Frey's good at what he does. There's no denying it.
Yep.
By the time you are done, Cassie is, like, in tears of just nervousness and just having her life explained out to her in so many words. Just so plainly in front of her has seemingly shaken her to her core. And it takes her a minute to get her composure back.
Frey will reach out and, like, hesitant the first moment, lightly touch her hand, seeing if she'll, like, accept that sort of contact.
Yeah.
And then he will hold her hand and say, whatever it is that's guiding you, trust in it.
But what if I don't want to? What if I just want to be? Why can't I just be with my friend? She just motions to Rowan. Why can't I just travel with you guys? Why do I have to do all of this? Why me? Why is it always me?
I wish I had those answers for you. But whenever you have a vision, a feeling like this, share it with me. Maybe I can help you find meaning or sense in it.
If I can say something, this is Rohan speaking. Cassie, I think power is having the ability to do what you want to do, to enact your will on the world. What you do with that power is what says who you are. You have this power. I think what you do with it is up to you. I think you're a good person, and so you feel like it's your responsibility to use that power to do what you think is right.
It's like if I don't do it, then bad things will happen. I don't know what they are. I don't know what bad are going to happen. I just know they're going to. And I just in the back of my head, I know if I don't listen, then people might die or worse. I don't know what's worse. Please don't know.
Well, I think that's the answer for why it has to be you. It's not that it has to be you. There's probably other people who have similar powers, or, who maybe just without any abilities just know what the right thing is to do and ignore it because
I understand it. He can. She just kind of motions to him. He can. Look at him. He has answers. Why can't I?
Ray, do you feel like you have answers?
No, I don't feel like I have answers at all.
Yeah.
You're not alone in this, Cassie. Even recently, I've been seeing things, feeling things that I don't understand. I don't understand where it comes from. I don't.
But you know how to figure it out, right? You can tell me. You can tell yourself, right?
I think I've just spent so long looking for signs, for symbols, learning how to read such things as these cards that, well, I look for them naturally when these things overcome me. It's practice.
Sometimes it's easier to see the way for other people than it is to see the way for yourself because you're too close to it.
Yeah. The Wayfinder here knows something about that, I think. I gestured to Garrett.
It doesn't mean there is no way, it's just sometimes the way is a little hard. Or you have to do things that you don't necessarily want to do to get where you've got to go. But at the end of the day, the only thing you can do is make a choice and accept that choice. For good or for ill, that's the choice you made. And it doesn't always work out well. Take a look at this morning. Things didn't work out anywhere near how we would have liked. But we're all back together again, and we have a new friend with us, and we're all alive. And we're all going forward, and I think that's the biggest thing. That we're alive and still moving.
Yeah, I think I would say that both of you, you're not missing or lacking something. You have something more that other people don't have. You could both choose to ignore the things you see and be normal people if you wanted to. But, you know, the question is, do you want to?
Cassie gives a nervous nod and then looks to Shriek for some sort of meaningful advice as well.
I got nothing. I'm not good at this. Sorry.
He smiles. Looks to Frey.
Well, I for one would. It's a little alarming, a little scary, but I'd like to see where it takes me.
Yeah. Cassie, do you trust it?
She gives a very resolved nod after a second of surprisingly quiet and, for her, somber contemplation.
And I think you have to chase that feeling. If you can't trust what you can trust, then what can you trust, right?
It's a half smile at that. With that, as another 2 knights are announced, a Sir Cedric, who gets a huge cheer and seems to be the odds-on favorite, against the newcomer, Knight Aaron. The crowd begins to envelop the conversation. Perhaps some of your attention is drawn to the spectacle. The food begins to arrive, course after course. The relaxation discussion of what to do begins to grow heavier and heavier as the night draws on, hour after hour. Well into the night, the 6 of you sit around this table, even after the arena and chaos and celebration and battle and capitalistic tendencies of the night give way to a much more reserved company who is quiet and more excited for conversation. And it is here that we will go ahead and end tonight's session.
Nice.
All right.
Ugh.
Oh boy. Oh boy, that was a session and a half.
We've got Cass back.
I believe we walked into prison. It is so funny that Garrett was like, because like he definitely did not discuss with us that was his plan. Uh,
It was all for a distraction. Besides, I know a couple of guys like that, so it was easy to.
yeah. No, it was fun. I loved
Oh
it.
boy. Picking up the pieces, huh?
It was nice having Cassie back.
It was
It really
something
was like,
having Cassie back, huh?
yeah, I enjoy her.
She's chaotic.
Yeah.
You
She
guys
just
are,
feels like so like on the edge all the time.
she's something.
Yeah.
She's very much a contrast to everyone else in the world.
Yeah.
Her outward personality is very. But hey, you got a little bit of that inward strife. Thanks, Frey, for bringing Cassie's insecurities to the front.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
Oh my god. Well, I mean, next session, you guys leaving the city,
Yeah.
Oh boy.
saying goodbye to Alysir and hello to the open road again. Still don't know what's gonna happen with Molly.
Yeah.
I know what's gonna happen with Molly, so there's that.
You do?
Oh yeah,
Interesting.
I'm pretty sure Molly's already made up her mind of what she's doing.
I mean, we were supposed to discuss that before we left the city, how we were going to handle how she wants to help these people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Garrett's thinking
like I
about
said
setting
though, I
up
mean,
the.
like I already asked for 5 hours of you guys, so I don't really feel that comfortable with sessions run past 1 a.m.
Yeah.
Trust me, I was ready to run for another hour, and like, I have a bunch of hidden roles I did. Like, I know which knights are winning the rest of the night, which ones are losing. The odds-on favorites, like that was a big one. That was a newcomer, Knight Aaron against Sir Cedric, who is the reigning one-on-one champion.
Who won?
Cedric.
Okay. Darn.
Though it was jousting that time.
Okay.
Garrett's down for creating the Molly and Jack Foundation for individual freedom.
Oh.
Proceeds go towards pirates who, towards rehabilitating pirates and rescuing poor people from slums.
Oh, it's not
At
okay.
knife
It's not
point.
for threatening to murder people if they don't.
Oh no, at
take
knife
the
point.
money. Okay, yeah.
It is so funny that like if you think about Molly and then also the cops that we met today, it's like, okay, so we met an anti-capitalist like cop, fine, and then also we met Molly, who's basically like an ACAB Marxist, which is just like I don't know.
I don't think the cop was necessarily anti-capitalist, but was definitely anti-noble. And all the cops seemed to be
I think anti-rich specifically.
Yeah.
He was more because Garrett was being a dick than because he was acting rich.
Yeah.
I feel like even when he stopped being a dick, she was like, "I know you're
Well, yeah,
type,"
because
you know.
just because you stopped doesn't mean that you didn't do it before.
Right.
Sure, but
Doesn't
I
mean
know
you
your
didn't do it
type
before.
of people is like not. That's not somebody who is making an individual judgment.
Yeah.
And it
No,
also doesn't change the fact that there's a lot of people who will manipulate their appearance to get the, just because suddenly he's playing more sympathetic and less of an asshole doesn't mean he's not doing that intentionally.
Yeah, that's true. Who is the real Garrett? We'll never know.
Oh, that's not Garrett at all. That's Garrett putting on a face.
The only way to find out is to shave him. I was so ready for fucking clean shaven Garrett.
Same.
Garrett's wife would slaughter every one of you where you stand.
He'd have a beard back by the time he got there.
No,
It's taken-
probably.
I love
Probably.
the idea that Garrett has he grows facial hair so slowly. It's taken him 2 decades to grow what he has now.
Oh.
Like him trimming his
Patchy,
beard.
okay?
Was
It's patchy.
Oh man. Any stones unturned or questions needing answered?
On the way out, if we pass through where all the Wayfinders is, Garrett does want to try to quick ask about Dorian, but understands
on
that
the
we
way out
have
stuff will
to
be a beginning of next
move
session,
quickly.
So
that is one thing left there.
I mean,
So-
regarding anything that you might not
Well-
be coming back to or worth. By the way, no, you're not getting any information on what's his name, Dave?
Vossarion.
Fuck.
Are
I
we?
got-
Did we tell Cass that he was mixed up in whatever that drug was?
Which,
no,
to be
I
fair,
didn't.
to be clear, that drug is not illegal.
But
it's very frowned upon. It's like,
Very
oh,
frowned
you're
upon.
like addicted. Like, it's something that
It's like weed.
no, it's like meth.
Yeah, I was gonna say
Yeah,
okay.
It's closer
I
to
think
meth.
in my notes the general description I have for it is magical meth cocaine.
Fun.
Come on for a magical meth cocaine tour.
It was initially a thing that mages used so they didn't have to sleep while they were studying and creating spells and things like that.
Oh, so it's Adderall.
That's what I said, meth cocaine. Adderall is just meth in a fun consumable form.
I mean, yeah.
Meth is meth in a fun consumable form. What are you talking about?
Until you lose your teeth.
Depends on how much
True.
Adderall you take.
But no, that's the only one that is really if they're looking for him for that, it means something fucking big,
Yeah,
a
there's
trail of fucking people just ODing on it or something.
and I'm sure that there's some connection to Dalisk or whatever his name was.
Dalashek.
Dalashek. Dalashik.
Yeah.
There's tons of shit you guys are. Also, I feel really bad because Frey isn't gonna get to use his letter to follow up now.
That's fine.
It's just one of 100. He'll just say sorry next time he's in town and get away with it.
No, all
Rolls a natural 12 plus 3.
He's
That
just
fucking
technically
12 in
his
the cop.
his convince is +4.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That fucking 12 in the cops interview was man, thank God.
Yeah. I feel bad for Garrett getting his only good suit inked up, but
Yeah.
Got to drop by a laundromat or something.
Well, that shit's not coming out.
no, that's
Yeah.
gonna need I
That's
don't
gonna
even know.
need.
I assume there's a magical way to do it. That was my first thought. Not even there's
Yeah.
something that exists. You can't bleach it.
Yeah, no, the only way that's coming out is if either A, someone cuts those parts of the suit out and super awesomely skillfully sews new parts in, or B, magic.
Yeah. Yeah, I was assuming you'd have to cut them out and replace it completely, especially because it's fine silk.
Hey,
That
is
or
Rohan
magic.
gonna learn prestidigitation anytime soon?
Yeah, let's just change the system we're using real quick and then I'm on it.
Because something like prestidigitation would allow it to be cleaned, because prestidigitation does remove
Trust me, if I
Swords.
had that, that was an option, I would be there, right there with you.
Just saying.
I would love nothing more, but
There's
unfortunately,
no easy clean in Worlds Without Number.
yeah.
I mean, there's
Do they
something
at
that's
least-
like there's like easy conjuration of small amounts of things.
Do they
Yeah.
have easy off? Ooh, can you easily conjure a cleaning agent that will remove the ink but not damage
No.
fabric?
Like, I think the most useful thing you can conjure is like ice to make your drinks cold.
There's no spell that's like Alaka dry wash. Alaka dry clean.
Hi, Billy Mays here with Alaka Dry Wash.
Hey Lee, I have a okay. So there isn't if you're a mage, you have
Mhm.
arts, right? Which is like lower level than spells. Like arts are what I
Okay.
use to like have my glamour and stuff. This is one of the illusionist arts. I'm putting it in the chat. Maybe think about that for Fortuna Soul. Maybe we can make some money. Think about it.
Oh,
Okay, yes,
God.
that is an illusionist art. No, it's not one of yours.
No, it's not yet, but maybe if we level up between now and then. We're still like a week away. That's probably like, I don't know, like 16 more sessions or whatever.
You know, it's real funny when you like turn his body in and then like it's like, oh, we got the boy's body, and then they're like, let's burn it.
Yeah.
Is Frey level 2 with the rest of us?
Yeah.
Okay. Just curious.
Yeah. As if he fucking needs it with how high his rolls are.
Yeah, I know.
Like, it's not enough that Frey is the best talker. Like, Frey also has the best rolls.
Yeah.
Yeah.
not
Hey,
gonna
you know
last.
what? Yeah, that's not gonna last. That's just like how the other game where I was busting out like big rolls at the beginning and then by the end it was like 5 and
Yeah.
under.
Just one more place where Lee was good at everything.
Yep.
I'm really excited for Streak to go to Fortuny Soul.
I'm not.
Really sad that we're gonna leave Cassie behind, and probably Molly.
Yeah,
gonna be
it'll just
us.
be I'll have successfully cut off all the NPCs for at
I
least a
know.
little while. They're meeting you back up with you in Fortuny Soul. It'll be fun.
I mean, Cassie is. I have no confidence that Molly will do that. And Bex
But
definitely isn't.
Molly is staying behind as well.
She wants to, at least. We're gonna
I
have to
will
talk
tell
with
you
her.
that is her plan, is to stay with Cassie wants her to stay behind.
Okay.
Really? Okay.
Cass needs someone to watch her back, and who better than Molly, because she is the one with the least qualms about sticking a knife into someone.
I feel like Cassie would think that Molly is equally likely to kill her as to protect her.
Nah, they'll have some girl bonding and like it'll work out great.
Sure. I guess that's fair.
Or there'll just be one less NPC when we finally meet up in Fortuny Soul.
Yeah. Our party is becoming a real sausage fest.
Or now consider this. You get to Fortuny Soul, and then there's 2 more NPCs who were supposed to meet you somewhere and don't show up, and the history repeats itself for Garrett.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, Garrett would be like,
I can't believe you guys are already leaving Alice here. We're going through stuff now. We're gun it and run it. Oh, so happy. We're just bing bang boom.
We're gonna have to adopt some new NPCs in Fortuna Soul.
yep.
I didn't think. I'll say this. I thought Molly was going to stay with you. But some stuff changed, which is why she's not.
Yeah, no, understandable. And to be honest, I didn't expect to collect quite so many NPCs
It'll happen again.
as quickly as we did.
It'll happen again. It'll happen again, I promise.
Absolutely will.
Oh yeah.
Combat is such a low focus and everyone just loves having big groups,
Yeah.
and it just makes it characters like, well, let's travel together. It's like, okay, sure.
Yeah.
Like-
Also, everyone we meet is like such a character. Like, it's
Yeah.
tough not to.
I'm just glad we didn't murder hobo anyone this session. I'll
we,
say
we
it.
need
I'm
like
glad.
a tracker. It has been sessions since a murder hobo occurred.
I
Oh.
truly.
Hobo murder.
You could hear me in the scene where the cops were coming for us. Like, truly, every bone in my body was like,
You kept asking me, like,
let's
can
do
I get exactly out of the room? How far are we from the entrance?
I was gonna be like,
Han was ready.
I was like in my head, I was like, okay, I'm gonna earring Garrett to say, go over there and close the door so I can sleep these people, and we can grab Cassie and get out of here. But there are too many
So
people.
Rohan really is bloodthirsty.
I'm not bloodthirsty,
He's-
just.
Oh,
But
God.
the thing is, that
And that's how the great murderer known as the Sandman started.
the Sandman.
But in that situation, I really was like, okay, well, if my glamour drops, then like we were saying, they're probably gonna know that we're the ones who attacked Vossarion, and then like it's gonna be an all-out fight. As opposed to, I have a spell that like lets
Well, it turns
me,
out they don't know shit.
right. Well, I have a spell that like lets me put to sleep anybody within 20 feet of me that is that has 4 hit die or less. So like they would instantly go to sleep. There's no save or anything. And I was like, okay, well, we could always like put them to sleep, and then like they won't know anything, and we can just continue on our way.
They'll
But
know who put them to sleep. Like, you guys then become abject fugitives in the city.
I mean, yeah, but I don't know, like not all 3 of us necessarily, and I don't know, whatever.
No, there's
but,
wiggle room.
I would have
yeah.
said put me to sleep too. That way it gives at least one of us some
An
credible
alibi.
deniability. Yeah.
Yeah, plausible. That's what I was looking for. But no, it was
Yeah.
really funny how much you were panicking there. Also, I like that Lee called it right away. Like, oh, he's a criminal.
I mean, yeah.
So
Yeah.
funny.
Oh, so he is a criminal. Yeah. And then did I not say it was a trap? I said it was a fucking trap.
I did say
Yeah.
it was a trap.
Also, I like how you're like, that's a really complicated like story they gave you. It's like, no, that was just Frey's story. No, I talked with Ronnie for a while about like, I'm like, well, here's a few ways we can approach it. You can run with whatever you want. I gave her a few ideas. I'm like, do this, you can do this, you can do that, and I just kind of let her pick.
Yeah.
And poor Strig, when he was like, yeah, my wife ran away. And they're like, well, maybe you should recognize something in yourself. You need to fix yourself. There's a reason why she ran away.
And I'm just like, yeah, you're right, man. You got
I love
me.
anachronistically like self-aware, emotionally positive, non-toxic NPC.
No, but in defense of Ronnie on the thing that like even knowing that like that backstory is something that like Ronnie made up is like, okay, but the underlying point that like they were mad at us after like making a deal with us or whatever is still there. Like it was dumb in the first place, so it does seem in character
like
for them.
you tried to big league her. She's fucking pissed at you. She wants your goddamn head.
20 copper.
Yeah, like it's about the fact that you didn't respect her.
I don't know who the fuck she is.
Well, that's all it takes. You think you're the first person she's killed over not knowing who she is?
Yes,
You fucking try.
because she hasn't killed us yet.
Yeah, but that's
Maybe
because
I'm
she
the
hired-
first person she hasn't killed. for
Yeah,
not
that's
knowing
because
who
she
is.
learned her lesson. Don't hire bad
Ooh.
help.
Or really good help. Don't hire help who can have a fucking vision on your doorstep about how you're about to kill everyone.
Right, forced to react to consequences of his action.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was really funny for you to have a vision and for you to not even be like, I have a feel.
Yeah.
Like it wasn't even
That
like,
was
oh, I have a feeling.
Frey.
Yeah. It wasn't even like, oh, I have a feeling something bad is going to happen. It was like, I have a feeling something bad is going to happen. You shouldn't take this meeting now. You should take this meeting never. You should immediately leave the city. I'm also leaving.
It was like the 5
what?
stages of grief in 30 seconds.
Yeah, we're like 50 feet from the place we're supposed to go. This is a very big change.
Yeah, he was having a moment.
No, I mean, I appreciate it. I feel like that I like believed you because of that. I feel like if you'd just been like, maybe not today, I would have been like, fuck that. Like, whatever, let's just go.
The genuine fear if we all need to leave the city and I'm gonna go too. Like,
Yeah,
you
so I was like,
could've-
okay, well.
Theoretically, if Frey just wanted to like get rid of the party, they could have just played it off as oh, you know what? Now's not a good night. I think the Moretti's making a move on the Calvaries or whatever their name was, and then we'll just redo the meeting on another night, and then you just don't show up to escort us to the meeting, and we show up, and
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
There was so much stuff that happened. Like, this session really was just picking up the pieces.
Yeah. I've never floundered as much as when the officer asked me what my last name was. And I truly was like,
I love when
got
people lie
nothing.
about names because, like, I just love the meta of immediately calling everyone out on it and being like, how good are you at coming up with names on the spot?
I truly, all I could think was for now. It's like, that's not gonna work. Care about these things for now.
And then Dave Double Down used it again too. Ugh.
of course,
That was the thing that pissed Officer Blackwood off more than anything. That you were obviously like lying about your fucking last name.
was Larry and what's his name actually like a person that you have? 'Cause
No,
you're like,
that was
I
just
know
my
a Larry
reference
and
to
Stupidoodle or something.
Larian Studeos.
Dude,
Yeah,
Studeos.
Also known as the developers of
Studeos.
Baldur's Gate 3.
Yes. I actually had my Steam tab open at like on the other screen, just like on its own, and that's kind of where
I figured, like, Larian isn't a name that you... I one thing I missed out on, I wanted to just start calling you Larry.
Okay, Larry.
Yeah. Which is also fine because, you know, he already gets upset when people call him Gary.
Which no one in the group knows about
Yeah,
because
they do.
I think you've mentioned it at some point.
Like,
I think Bex
yeah,
called
like
you that or
fucking Bex
something.
has called you Gary a couple times.
Yeah.
yeah, how often was around everyone else though?
At least
I think you
once.
specifically told
Yeah.
us Bex gets to say that. Nobody else
Yeah.
say that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe not in character, but out of character.
No, yeah, it sounds like an in-character.
Yeah.
Bex gets to say it because she's bigger and stronger than him.
Yeah. It was so funny to have both Bex and Cassie be like, we've been gone for 2 days.
I mean, it's realistic! You guys pissed off
I
a
mean,
crime family! You got,
very
like,
much
your
is.
friend got kidnapped and you tried to murder someone because you thought she got kidnapped! You
Look,
made a new
in my
friend who
defense,
also
the
was
crime-
trying to kill you, apparently!
The crime family thing had nothing to do with the Cassie thing.
No,
My
that's what
defense.
makes it so impressive. Like you were fucking multi-track drifting your fucking clusterfucks at once.
Yep.
We're overachieving.
And every fuck up is related to Rohan.
Yeah.
No, not the stuff at the Dalashik residence. I think the only fuck up there was Cassie falling. Why does Streak never do bad?
Yeah.
I'm
Because
just
Streak
here
just
to-
stays in their own lane.
Streak's just like I'm gonna do some rounds, just keep an eye out. I'm like,
Yeah.
but that's
I
what
keep my head down.
I'm really,
I mean, he
I'm gonna
failed
really
to save
enjoy that
Cassie,
Fortuny
so
Soul.
I guess there's that.
That's why Streak learned their lesson with whatever happened in Fortuny Soul.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm excited for Frey to have to like pull his own trunk.
He
That was so funny.
Is it time to buy a mule and a little wagon for it?
he would like one, yes.
It was so funny to have for
Does
him to be like, well, we're gonna get a carriage or something, right? And for Garrett to be like, yeah, we have a carriage. It's called our legs. It's like, wow, this is the
Um,
sassiest Garrett has ever been.
I
Garrett had a shit day.
Yeah.
There's a world where I adopt two cats, and one is like a black cat that's really bitchy and scratches you all the time, and I name it Molly. And the other one is like a really loud, constantly screaming and attached Siamese cat, and I name it Cassie.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Does Frey have a negative strength modifier, perchance?
Yes, he does.
I mean,
yeah.
you'll see it on the recording, so if you want to go ahead and spoil the the surprise on that.
I
You and me
don't
both.
I don't need to know how much of one or not, but I'm just imagining them trying to. It's going to be a repeat of the wagon.
Oh my gosh,
I
you're
mean,
right.
Ronnie, if you want to say it, like
What?
how
What, my-
strong Frey is.
Yeah, Frey has a strength of 4. The -1 modifier.
I think
Amazing.
that's how
It's-
much intelligence I have.
Frey is fully half as strong as Garrett.
It's definitely grading on curve. 4 is not half of 8 in this case.
Well, I guess, yeah, because 8 is a 0 modifier.
Yeah, and then we got Streak. What Streak's intelligence again?
Oh god, I don't even remember. It's low.
I think you
It's
said
4
it's
or
4,
5.
right? Yeah.
5, something like that.
Hold on, let me check.
It's rough.
Oh no,
Mine was
it's
at
6.
the
I
Oh,
start.
it's
lied.
6, yeah.
How did you end up with these rolls? Because the only non-double digit roll that I ended up with, and this was with Rob watching here, was an 8.
Oh, I have 2 single-digit rolls,
Ooh.
but I also got 1 really high roll.
Yeah.
Yeah, the charisma.
Yeah.
I mean, that's more useful than I think having everything be
Just
okay.
don't ask Frey to carry anything. Like, you have to
Yeah.
remember, raw strength, the raw strength number affects your encumbrance. Readied 2, stowed 4. Like,
Wow.
like a single, like, bubbling over cauldron of strange acid is about all Frey can wield at once.
Yeah,
Okay,
ready
look,
4,
Frey-
stowed 8.
Frey's had enough of acid. He does not want to wield anymore.
Well, Cassie's got a cool scar on her chin, although.
It was very funny for me to be like, oh, has Cassie not met Frey? Frey, this is Cassie. And Cassie's like, I've met Frey when he spilled acid on my chin while I was in a deep and comfortable sleep.
Yeah, and then just being like, well, who is this exactly?
Yeah. And for basically
Oh
the
my
first thing that Cassie learns is to be like, oh, I lied. I was working for the mafia family who's trying to kill you. It's like, not a great first impression, Frey.
Oh, no.
Thankfully, Frey can talk himself out of it.
Yeah, exactly.
He's just inhumanly charming.
Yeah.
We're about to get on the road again. Next, I didn't mean for it to be in like the
road
Willie
again?
Nelson
Yeah.
intonation there, but it was.
That's fine.
We're just about to get on the road again. Without our fun little murder friend.
Hmm.
I'm sure you'll find new. That's what you do. You take psychopathic murderers and rather than have them isolated from society, you bring them back into it.
Yeah. That's how you get the pirates. Because you got to rehabilitate the pirates, right? So you rehabilitate the pirates by having them go into the poorer districts of town and forcing others to better themselves.
That's exactly how rehabilitation works.
By
Oh.
seeing, and then you have the pirates follow up with the people who have bettered themselves, and see, there you go. Just a little kick in the butt sometimes, Mr. Pirate, can get you into a better place. At which point you then proceed to hold a knife to the pirate's neck and tell them to do better. It's literally just a pyramid scheme of pirates holding knives to people's necks all the way down, including other pirates.
Oh, it's also funny how much, like, there's just so much stuff in this city that, like, we're not going to get to go over. I'm sure you guys will come back. It's New York.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I hope so. All of Frey's connections are here.
So if Alasir is New York, Fortuny Soul is
Chicago. I don't know.
Chicago.
The rest of them don't have nearly as obvious connections, like New
I mean,
York being the
Artavishte
cultural
is,
melting
like,
pot of the
Paris.
world and kind of this place where all these different cultures intermingle and things like that, while also being like one of the biggest ports in the world is a pretty big thing. So Alasir is a very good comparison for that. Also, the fact that, like, it has an economy equal to that of some countries.
I mean, Asliak is like London, right?
Aslake?
As like
No, Aslake is just, Aslake's weird. I don't know what the hell. Like, I genuinely don't know what I would compare that to.
Artavishte would be like Paris, though, right?
Artavishta is,
Artavishte.
very much like, I aped that off of a couple of
Paris,
things.
yeah.
So, yeah, it's very... But, like, again, there's a lot more to it than just, this is Paris, like...
This is
Yeah.
fantasy Paris.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's
The
like
New York
rich
one's
and,
just
and
very
artsy and
apropos.
Yeah.
So, yeah. But other than that, like, I mean, and hey, you guys got a world map now. I'm gonna continue to just kind of work on that when I've got, like, writer's block, or I'll just draw on it for like an hour a day. But
Yeah.
you can see where I finished with the relevant part compared to the rest of the world. The continents I still have some work to do on them, but you get a general idea. Calidor's supposed to be a lot smaller. There's supposed to be a lot more room between Madara and Zuria. All that stuff.
Mm.
I can also finally, if it's not completely obvious, give away the stupidest thing in my entire setting. Madara is named Madara because it's in the middle of the map.
I mean, yeah, I figured.
Yeah, I did see that as well,
That
and
was
it
my-
makes sense. It makes sense as a, like Middle Earth is called Middle Earth because it's in the middle.
Yeah, but that was my certified George R. R. Martin moment, and it's really stupid.
I mean, like Ecuador is called Ecuador because it's on the equator. Like,
Yeah.
it's not like only a fantasy thing either.
No, but it's like, we don't have any continents named like that.
And Kansas is called Kansas because it's in the ass end of nowhere.
I mean, South America and North America are like in the north and south.
I mean, yeah, but that's just, there's still America, which is a continent.
Well, I think the reason you wouldn't call like
I mean,
a
I have
continent
Arafar and South
Madara-
Arafar.
Sure, yeah. I think the reason you wouldn't like name a continent as being in the middle is because we're on a globe.
Exactly, that's what I mean. Then again, I mean, it's the same with like that also makes sense. That also makes sense in, like, that's why I think it's really dumb. That's why I'm like, Conan Madara is dumb. Like,
Yeah.
but
Is
it was
the
in the
world
like
of
for my
Madara
initial
round?
thing, I had it in the middle, so I was like, I'm just gonna call it Madara. It sounds fun.
Is it like a globe? Is it actually a globe, or is it flat?
You can
Because
see
this being
on
a
the
fantasy
fucking
world,
thing
it could be
that
flat.
Arafar wraps around to Zuria.
I'm just saying it could be a flat Earth. Maybe it's like a Pac-Man where, like, you go off the left side, you just magically teleport to the right side.
Wait a minute, that sounds like a round Earth with extra maps. Ugh.
The flat Earth with teleportation, it's magic.
Also, you guys actually get a vibe for how far south Madara is.
Mm-hmm.
The equator runs almost directly through the Ein Ferris capital, which is south of the big mountain top of Madara. So
Cool.
that wasn't
Alright.
on purpose. It just kind of happened like that.
That's why it's so nice around here.
All right, well, I'm gonna head to bed now. But
Yeah,
it
I
was
think it's
fun.
about time to call it. Oh
Yeah.
boy,
Right.
I'm excited for next week. On the road, back into the umbral clusterfuck.
Yeah.
Have a good night, everyone.
Yeah,
Good
it was
night.
another fun session.
Good night.
Deuces,
Indeed, it was
guys.
good times.